the pledge.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Mr. Vice Guy.
Good evening, everyone. I got a jam-packed agenda this evening.
If we get to the end of it, I can just keep you going.
All right.
Okay.
So I had a feeling. All right. Mr. Stanley,
All set?
you want to start us up?
Sure. Okay, just let you know, I dropped you guys off the new quote,
Yes.
and Becky and I met our Zoom with the vendor Monday for an hour and a half. This is our new quote, and what I'm here for, see if I'm authorized to sign this form so he can order this stuff. He doesn't guarantee how long it's gonna take, because the system we got out in the United States now.
Yeah.
So if I'm authorized to sign it and send it to him, we'll be all set.
That sounds good to me. You had said that you didn't want to spend all of that money because this is pretty close to what is in that account, right?
We got somewhere around 25,000.
Yeah.
Actually, this quote is about $1,500 lower than the original.
Okay, so you're happy with this?
Pardon?
You're happy with this?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Did you see this, Jay?
Yeah, I had a copy of it, I don't know what I did with it.
Yeah. No. Yeah, I like that it has the Zoom integration for this room as well.
New microphone?
Yep. Okay.
Since you're on the video, system and stuff, any way we could get this thing hooked up for wireless?
Wireless?
Yeah.
The HDMI.
We do have something under HDMI. We didn't mention, talk about anything wireless yet Monday.
No?
I can ask him though.
If you would,
Pardon?
if you would, rather than have all these, I mean, we have people during various meetings that would like to be able to display the screen, and the only way they can is by plugging into a
I understand
laptop.
what you're saying. I'll ask him about it, but I'm sure we need more money.
Yep.
Is that Wi-Fi or Bluetooth?
I don't know.
And
Is this-
Wi-Fi
is
was
this-
getting into,
You can get a Bluetooth one, I think you can get one for like 100, 200.
I mean,
I mean, that's not gonna solve these wires on the floor here.
No.
I have no wires on the floor really to the video, except the ones for the microphone.
Right.
TV.
Huh?
So I wonder.
TV.
Let's not get too far off on that, but
We-
it's a newer TV. I wonder if it's just not being utilized right, or maybe we haven't checked out all the functions.
I don't know enough
Yeah.
about it.
Yep.
I just was asking
I can-
questions,
Yeah.
just talking about videos.
let's take a
I've
look
heard
at the
multiple
TV. The
complaints.
TV may
Yeah.
have it built into it.
Yeah, because usually it's the TV that would.
All I wanna do right now is get this signed and sent to him tomorrow.
Make a motion for Ron to expend $23,445 out of his video account.
I'll
Is it-
second it.
All in favor? Aye.
Thank you.
All set, Ron. Thank you.
If you go to tab 1, the first two pages are the budgets. One of them is just the accounts and the dollars requested, the other, under stipend, has an explanation. And then there's a, discussion items for the meeting with the Board of Selectmen and the Board. That's the next item. And if you go after that, you'll be in the wrong place. You'll be in the Conservation Commission.
All right.
So it's the next 3 pages.
you wanna speak to the budget, or?
Yeah, the budget is fairly short and concise, it's the same as the year before.
Yeah, the budget's been the same for, I don't know how many years, several years, at least 2 or 3. And, it's not a big number, but, and we typically don't spend it all, although we'd like to leave a little room in there. I mean, you might imagine someday we'd have to talk to a lawyer about an issue, or
Mm-hmm.
some conferences may come up that we'd have to spend some money on or whatever, so. You know, the education side, and, it's, chances are we won't even spend all this money this year, but, we'd like to not reduce it.
Yeah, there is at least
It's, what is it, $13.94?
$13.94,
Yes.
and the stipend for the trustees, not every trustee takes the stipend.
Okay,
But that could change overnight.
yeah,
So
Yeah.
the
If there are
budget-
turnovers, the next guy might say, I do want this thing.
Yeah,
mm-hmm. Yeah, the only thing I was looking at was just the education and training hasn't been spent in some time now.
Yeah, we were gonna go this year, and then we read the conditions,
Yeah.
I mean, it's almost like you have to wear a biohazard suit to get into place, I mean, so I decided, like,
well, we did go somewhere, remember?
oh, we went to,
You bought the
Hampton.
lobster roll?
Oh, we went to Hampton.
Yeah, we went to Hampton to meet with the people that work
Managed
for
the
us, which for me, being a member of the, new member of the board, was educational, I'm sure it was for everybody.
Yeah,
Mhm.
So I mean, we just sort of went on our own dime.
yeah, we didn't file any expenses, but,
Yeah,
if you insist, we'll file expenses.
we could do that.
So all of this, unspent money, I'm speaking as junior selectman here, it goes back to the general fund?
It just drops in the fund balance at the end of the
Yeah,
fiscal year.
and you can use it when you set tax rate, you can use it to offset taxes.
Mm-hmm.
And how many board members are there?
Three.
And the stipend is how much
I
for?
don't even know,
Nine
$300 or-
seventy-five,
$325.
$325
Oh,
a piece.
So it's $975. If everyone took it, then you would be showing a lot more money spent percentage wise.
Oh, yeah,
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's about,
there's plenty of little numbers.
2/3 of it is stipends, I guess, roughly.
Okay,
But Benty does have some other things
alright,
that would be on the warrant,
Let's
so if you guys
do
could,
this, or we just
I
vote
think
so.
we put that in, did you
Uh,
include this in the book?
yeah,
yes, it's in the
you
book.
wanna move
Oh,
to
okay.
approve it, or?
I don't know, Jim, do we need to vote to approve it, or do we, wait till the end when we finish the budget entirely?
I think the best way to do it is to tentatively approve the budget. I wouldn't approve any budget absolutely, because when you get done, you may find that there's a little more being asked for than you want to, and you may have to go back, but I mean, by
Yeah.
approving it now, you help me, because now, once you give it some approval, I will put it into the state system, which starts to create the warrant and the MS 626.
So then for the department heads, how do we word it so that they understand this?
Why don't
that
we just say that at this point in time, you accept the budget?
I move we tentatively approve the budget for the trustees as currently shown.
I'll second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you.
So now we got the real thing we wanna do,
Yeah.
and we need the selectmen's help and the town warrant to do it.
Okay, what do we got?
That's the outline you have in the book.
Yes,
As you know, the trustees oversee the town's various trust funds and capital reserves. And as time passes, various issues arise, and they require a certain amount of attention and action. Some of the action is maybe advisable, in other words, a good idea. Sometimes it's legally required. So we're gonna go through and talk about some actions here that, in order to be implemented, require that a warrant an article be drafted for the warrant, submitted to the voters for approval. That's most of what's here. Although, in the first bullet there, the first section, we're really talking about 3 topics tonight. Some of it's just general information. It's just interesting. There are a couple of legal issues, And then, what I call fund rationalization, you could call it streamlining, or as I indicated here, you could call it house cleaning. So, and I already indicated, some of this will lead to, our recommendation that warrant articles, certain warrant articles be drafted and
Okay.
submitted. As everybody knows, all the funds are listed on the MS9. The MS9 basically performs two functions. One I've already indicated, or I should mention, but I forgot to do this. The trustees of the trust funds, they're all here. Bob Zinsmeister is to my left, Jim Coffey is to my right, and I'm here. So there, as you asked earlier, there are three trustees. The MS9 does two things. First of all, it lists all the funds. And second, as you read across the lines, for each fund, there's a so-called, what I call an asset reconciliation. If you look at the first column that has numbers in it, that's the beginning of year value for that fund. If you look at the rightmost column, that's the end of the year value of the fund, or whatever date you're looking at. Well, let's just talk about the MS9 for the full year. And then the intervening columns tell you how you get from beginning of year to end of year, what goes in and what goes out.
Mm-hmm.
So it just reconciles assets. The MS9 is three sections. The top is trusts, common trusts. The second section is town capital reserves, and the third section, which we're not going to talk about tonight, is the SAU 87 capital reserve. They can't take care of their own capital reserves. They have to delegate them to one of the towns in the school district, and we're the town that does it. There are basically two kinds of funds. I was trying to read the various RSAs and distinguish funds. There are basically two kinds of funds. One is donated money. People have donated money through the town, just giving the town money, or often it comes through a will. Somebody dies and they give the town money in their will. The Spalding Fund is an example of that. And the other, of course, is taxpayer money. We have, a highway capital reserve. We ask the voters to put money in there. So, when I was selectman, somehow I got it into my head that it's legally either advisable or necessary to be very careful about what you call funds. And I was wrong about that. There are some RSAs that apply to trusts and other RSAs that apply to reserves. And there are two RSAs that contain identical language. It basically says, so long as you set up the funds correctly and you administer them correctly, you can call them anything you want. You can call them trusts, reserves, common trusts. You could call them red, yellow, and blue, or you can number them 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, etc. So names are unimportant.
Okay.
So that's, that first topic, general information. That's just a personal note.
Okay.
I was once confused, and I'm less confused today.
So it's these two RSAs that explain
Yeah.
whatever you called your fund.
Yeah, they'll say in there, you can call, it basically says you must follow the rules,
Mhm.
but you can call them anything you want. The year-end MS9 is submitted in three places. One, the law requires that we put it in the town annual report. We have to send a copy to the state, and our auditors look at it. Now, the first legal issue, that was that second general collection of topics there. There is an RSA, I have it listed there, 31:33, Roman numeral 2, that says you can include a summary of the MS9 in your town annual report if you get voter approval. The full MS9 is 10 pages long. If you look at our annual report, the MS9 is 2 pages long.
Mm-hmm.
So clearly that's a summary. Jim and I have gone back and forth on this endlessly. We seriously doubt whether that we ever ask permission from the voters. So we're not suggesting any change in what we do, in other words, the way we prepare the town annual report. All we're doing is asking that an article be placed on the warrant, asking permission after sitting many times for who knows how many years. I don't know how long this has I'm going to.
Okay.
But just say, we're gonna print it in summary form. The 2 pages is most of 5 pages of the MS9 is cemetery perpetual trust. I counted them the other day, there are 186 of them.
For New Ipswich?
Yeah.
The largest one is $19,000, there are 2 that are $50, and most of them are in the $100 to $400 range. So that's, when we put the MS9 in the town annual report, all we do is the total for all those 186 perpetual trusts. It's
Okay.
reduced to 1 line, rather than 5 pages.
And we wanna keep doing that, but we wanna make sure we're doing it
Yeah,
legally.
the perpetual trust is for the maintenance of the cemeteries?
Individual plots.
It has to be for individual plots, which, that's a whole nother thing, trying to get at the income from this and figure it out and do the bookkeeping. That's on our radar for next year, right?
Yeah, there are RSAs that say you should use the income on these perpetual trusts to help maintain the cemetery. But who knows the last time that was done? The perpetual trusts just sit there unused.
What is the sum of those perpetual trusts? I mean, in total, are we talking about $30,000 or $40,000?
No, it's more than that. I have to look it up. Let's see,
721.
yeah, 727. 106, 727, right?
What we can't do is, we can't just take the income from that and reimburse the people that cut the lawn and trim around the place. You actually, there's been cases on it where you actually have to use the money for the plot that's assigned.
Yeah, this is a very old fund note. These are from many years ago, and you're supposed to use, in a particular perpetual trust, you're supposed to use the income on that particular trust to maintain that particular cemetery plot.
I mean,
Uh,
that
If you
doesn't
know
make
it-
sense to sprinkle 5 cents on a particular plot
How-
and then move on to the next
Well,
one.
that's why these have been neglected. Nobody's come up with a magic formula for how to use the income in a way that's legal. So that's, as Jim just said a couple of minutes ago, that's one of our challenges for next year, to come up with a magic formula.
How about an overall, not just looking at the individual plots, but a cemetery project as a whole?
Well, they're not individual plots.
The perpetual care is for each lot.
So you just can't
You just, no.
work around that.
Well, what's been done is there is a perpetual care fund, I believe, that people have put money into recently.
Yeah, when you buy
That
a
can be
plot,
used. When you buy a plot today, we're not gonna look for you to bring in 50 or $100 for perpetual care for this one plot over here.
yeah, when Ollie sells a plot, he gives us the check, we send it to the money manager, it goes to the credit of this big fund that's commingled, and it can be used cemetery-wide.
Right.
But these are very old funds.
Yeah, I understand that, I'm just, maybe we need to make an inquiry to like the state attorney general as to.
Well, there is something you can do.
this
In
can-
Smithville Cemetery, I walk through it every day. And a few weeks ago, there's a family plot from way long ago. I don't know who did it, but somebody cleaned one of them stones. They're all gray, and all of a sudden you see, this is a white, I don't know what kind of stone it is, but it was really neat, and I wonder if the cemetery, trustees of
Yeah.
the cemetery
Could have
are
been,
aware that they might be able to access that for these family plots and hire somebody to clean
Yeah.
Is the thing you have, the other thing that becomes sort of wacky is we can only use the income from the current year. So if you've got a $300 perpetual care, you're gonna send somebody down there with $1.90, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean.
So one of the things that we're sort of doing is, somewhere, somebody's probably solved this problem and come up with something.
yeah, we're not the first town with this problem, so as you say,
Everybody's got it, so we're gonna go take a look and
Yeah.
see how it got solved.
Yeah, I mean, I would apply to the state attorney general and they can probably send you in the right direction.
if fact, that's an example of a theme that's gonna run through some of the rest of this, namely, people have forgotten about how to use funds, so they're not used.
Yeah,
And part of the trustees' project is to figure out how to use all these funds that we're supposed to be using.
okay.
So that ends that MS9 piece, namely, let's get permission from the voters to include a summary in the annual report. You must.
Okay to write that?
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Okay.
So, ahead of, cause we included that in, the town meeting last year, that's okay to still do, right? Remember, I got like the year,
We're not gonna print a dozen pages.
yeah, okay. Cause I know there's been a lot of question, like people wanna know what are in the different capital reserve accounts, when we're at that the deliberative session, so,
Oh, they're all
yeah,
there.
yeah,
The total, the amounts in the various capital
Yeah.
reserves, that's in the town annual report.
yeah,
That
If
hasn't
you don't
been-
have the annual report printed and distributed at the deliberative session.
Oh, yeah.
no,
we
but
we
what I
certainly
get
can have a
is,
copy of it. We can
like
have a
last year I
copy.
asked for a copy ahead
We
of
can
the
have
deliberative
the
session, then put
Yeah,
it
the
as a part
MS9,
of
for
the
end of
meeting.
the year will be available probably in the second week of January or
Oh,
something
yeah.
like that.
Okay,
We can have that available for everybody.
mm-hmm, Yep.
Or as an overhead, which
Yeah.
people like me can't see anyway.
Yeah, I think that would be really helpful.
Yeah, and that way people know what's in there.
Mm-hmm.
The cruiser capital reserve, the building capital reserve, and all
Yeah.
that other stuff, yeah.
yeah, I'm hoping a lot of this is gonna make a lot more sense this year, cause we have the piece with the, capital improvements part coming in from the planning board, so then I think everybody will get a better understanding at the deliberative session this year of how everything's, come to, like, what we wanna put into the different capital reserve accounts and why, so.
Okay, the next section, concerns common trusts. One of the common trusts, which is donated money, so it's not taxpayer money. On the MS9, it's called the E.M. Barrett School Fund or some such thing. So, we did a little research, read the original document that established that trust, and there's not a single word in the document that says school or education. All it says is, the daughter of E.M. Barrett is writing this document. She's donating in memory of her mother, essentially. And she says, the annual income should be spent. The board, which we assume means the Board of Selectmen, decide how the money is to be spent. It's the annual income. And the only requirement is that it be spent in a way, and this is the exact wording in the document, that it best serve and promote the interests and welfare of the said town of New Ipswich. So it has to be a reasonable idea.
Mm-hmm.
And we're suggesting, for instance, if you want a suggestion, the fishing derby.
Okay,
I think the fishing derby cost about $700. The interest on this, or the income on this rather, is somewhere probably in the $100 to $200 range. So it's not gonna pay for the full derby, but it'll pay for a piece of it, if you choose to use it that way. You can use it any way you want, but
It's above and
Okay.
beyond the budget. It
Yeah.
would be separate from the
you're not
budget.
constrained by the budget.
okay,
What sort of approvals do you need, for us to say?
Nothing, we're gonna send you a
Nothing.
check.
Now, we're just gonna,
No, I mean, do you need the Board of Selectmen to vote to approve that use?
no.
Okay.
You
So
can
that would be
just-
the rec department,
you
should
can-
be
you can-
notified that this is a,
The selectmen at any time can send a request to the trustees saying, we want, we'll know the income number. I should mention that the trustees recently decided, that there was always a question from prior board, groups of trustees that said, what does annual income mean? Well, on one level, you think the answer is obvious, it's the income you earn during the year, so why is it so mysterious? The problem arises, sometimes you wanna move money in December, but you don't know December yet. So sometimes they go from November to November and that sort of thing. So the trustees voted recently to just say, this is the way we're gonna do it. we're gonna take the income for the calendar year. In other words, you can pick that number right off the MS-9 that's in the town annual report and filed with the state, and we'll spend it the following year. So in the following year, you know what it was for the previous year.
Okay,
So that keeps it simple. No special calculations, no special worksheets, nothing. It's right on the MS-9. And it's easily for the auditors to come in and if they ask, there's the number. So this is what we'd suggest, like E.M. Barrett, selectmen could wait. You could do it on January 2nd, or you could wait till December 31 of 2022 to spend the income from this year.
okay,
Anytime during the year, you can make a request.
alright, thank you.
Let's see. That takes care of E.M. Barrett.
Ministerial.
The next fund is interesting, the so-called Ministerial Fund. We believe this is the first fund ever established in New Ipswich. We're talking early 1820s, or around 1820. The person who's done the most research on this is sitting to my right. He's read some of the documents from 1820. and in that general period, the years right around there. And we have a point of view or an opinion.
Here's the thing. If you have a trust, like the E.M. Barrett Trust, that's private money, the selectmen accepted it, and we're gonna keep doing what we're supposed to do, okay? We believe that this was public money. This was not taken from a private donor. And the reason that I came to that conclusion was in 1823 or 4, when we have some nice books here that have been cleaned up, and we can read the handwriting of these various town meetings. And they would have an annual town meeting, but the selectmen would actually hold meetings with articles in them throughout the year. And what we found was that Reverend Hall retired, I think, in 1823 or 4, and they voted to take the income from the Ministerial Fund and use it for payment of the clergy. And we have to understand that this town was formed as a single parish. It happened to be congregational as we would know it today. But some of those disappeared too when the Unitarians came along, and many of the churches voted to go Unitarian. In this place here, the problem seemed to be with the Baptists. So it's part of the separation of church and state that took place and physically began to take place in the early 1800s. Meeting houses were originally a church and a meeting house for the town. They were typically the same place, and that's why you see a lot of them split out, or they get partitioned, which I think Ringe is. Okay. So we believe that this is a fund that no longer makes sense keeping, because we come up with 6 or 7 ministers. You don't give the money to each church. If the church didn't have any ministers or clergy, then, you know, so the money goes to the clergy, and trying to divvy up, what, how many dollars?
Yeah, it's maybe $100.
Maybe $100. With 6 or 8 people, mail the stuff out is nuts, okay? So, what we're recommending is that we abolish this trust, and no different than abolishing a capital reserve that was expendable by the selectmen that no longer has a purpose, which we'll get into next.
Okay,
Yeah, I think the original use of this is the minister assigned to the town meeting house was a public employee, essentially.
Yeah.
And taxes were levied to pay for him, pay for the minister. And that's what first created this fund. And later on, as more and more denominations came into town, you could find worksheets in the file where they divvied up the interest among the various churches. You know, $5 to this church and $3 to that church. But that stopped a long time ago. But I believe that in today's world, given all the case law out there, all the way to the Supreme Court, if you tried to use taxpayer money to support religious activity, you're probably breaking the law.
Yeah, and long-term fund, the town also had, in the same breath as taking the money from the Ministerial Fund, and using that for payment to Reverend Hall, they talked about the school fund. So, you know, like we have today, they had their money in different pots.
Mhm.
The school and the town, and back then, they had a school fund. Then you had all these school districts, you had, you know, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 school districts in town, so it was very different, but they had the money all sorted out and divvied up, so. This thing is about as relevant as the old laws that say somebody has to walk in front of a car at night holding a lantern.
Now, should that pass, where would the money go?
General fund.
You don't have a choice. The RSA's say that when you discontinue a trust or discontinue a capital reserve with public money in it, those are the only ones you can discontinue. All the money must go to the town treasurer. So in other
Okay.
words, it just drops in the checking cash-wise, it drops in the checking account. Balance sheet-wise, it just goes in the fund balance.
Yeah, and
Okay.
if you were to, that's if you discontinue it, if you were to try and change the purpose, then it becomes a nightmare, you need a supermajority vote.
Yeah, you don't want to,
You don't wanna even go near that.
well, you're doing it, well, yeah, you don't just don't want
No,
Okay.
So what we're looking for is, we're looking for support for an article to do away with the Ministerial Fund and.
So this $3,105, is that the balance of that?
That's
or
the
is it-
balance as of September 30 of this year.
Okay.
And when I looked at it, it had 400 and some bucks in it, in 1824.
Mhm.
So the reason it grew was it spent many years not being used.
Yeah.
Yeah, these funds, like the Barrett Fund and then the Ministerial Fund, these funds aren't even used, they just sit there. The money's not gone, it just stays invested, it accumulates, but they're not used.
So,
I move that we draft the warrant article to move the ministerial funds to the general fund.
is there a second?
A second?
All in favor? Aye.
The Spalding Fund is more informational. We talked about this with the selectmen in 2019, only Bert was here then. This fund was established in January of 1895 with $10,000. Josiah Spalding wrote his own will in longhand, and it's a very long will. Section 17 gives $10,000 to New Ipswich, Wilton, and Amherst. Because he was born in New Ipswich, his family moved to Wilton, then they moved to Amherst. He died in Nashua, and Carol Romerow did some research and read someplace that when he died in the 1870s sometime, he was the richest man in New Hampshire.
Wow.
So New Ipswich boy makes good.
Yeah.
Now, the question is how should the money be used? The language in the will is, I thought was reasonably clear, but it's not absolutely clear. It said that it should be used to pay for educational expenses authorized or otherwise required by law. So what's authorized mean? Well, voters authorize the budget. That's what we do in March when we vote on the budget. I took it to mean that. But to actually confirm that, we did research. We looked at town annual reports from the 1890s, thinking that the town officials at that time were the very same people that talked to Josiah Spalding's executor and learned firsthand how to interpret the will, so Josiah Spalding's will. So what they did was probably what you should do. And in every report you looked at, you can find a school exhibit that shows what the money was spent on, education-wise, the total education budget, which was a part of the town budget way back. This is way before Messina. And then, how did you pay for it? And in every one of those exhibits, there's a line that says income on Spalding Fund. They used the income to help pay for the budget.
Okay.
And Jim has worked out a procedure that will send the money to the SAU. The SAU files, you want to talk about it, because you're doing it.
The phrase, it goes into the tax rate setting in that it would be income to the school, but only to the credit of New Ipswich. which is what it was for.
Yeah.
So it would defray the cost to New Ipswich. And the way this thing works, the way we have it set up, is kind of, we took an example from the improvement funds that people used to collect and send to schools when they had that. So the thing is to make sure we get the credit for it. So we've contacted the school. They have talked to the state. And they have a form, which is similar to our spreadsheet form when they do their budget. And they show revenue. And they will show that as specific revenue to offset the expenses assigned to New Ipswich. So, once we get the system set up in place, it'll take $3,000 to $5,000 off our school bill, which is out here somewhere.
Every penny, right?
I did the calculation once. If the rounding works out right for you, it'll reduce the tax rate by a penny. The local school tax rate by a penny.
Well, that's not nothing.
Nope.
Now, I should make this point. When the Scenic was formed, people realized that if you just give the money to the Scenic, that's not what Josiah Spalding wanted. He gave the money to New Ipswich. He didn't give it to Mason, Greenville, and New Ipswich. So they got confused. And what do you do when you get confused? Nothing. This fund has not been tapped in over a half a century.
Wow.
So it's grown a bit.
Oh yeah, that Josiah Spalding, as you see here, Josiah Spalding's $10,000 is now $108,687.
So, sounds reasonable, it sounds like, we'll finally be putting the money to use. Do you need a motion from us?
No.
You're just gonna.
We're just carrying out the wishes of Josiah Spalding.
God
But
bless.
we wanna make sure everybody's on board. So
Yeah, well,
that's-
Yes.
I
Yeah.
see it's very.
This is the,
Yeah.
this is the general information part of the.
Yep, okay.
Thank you.
And then, the final one is the so-called New Ipswich General Trust. Some people call it the electric fund. One time, New Ipswich had an electric company. It was a distribution company. I think it was sold to PSNH. And we have been using this fund. I think last December, we transferred about something like $4,500. I don't remember the exact number, but it's on that order, to the town checking account, so it dropped into the fund balance. And you can use it, well, Jim and I have talked about this, you can use it two different ways. You can just stop there and say it dropped in the fund balance. Or you can say, well, that's extra revenue, we ought to recognize it when we calculate the town tax rate. I think we'd recommend the former because usually when the selectmen set the tax rate, they make a separate decision about how much fund balance to use. So you're gonna make that decision anyway. So just figure out how much fund balance you wanna use and don't worry about this.
It's 125 was the original amount.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's 167, 112 now.
Well, somewhere along the line, it got untapped for a while.
Yeah.
But when the electric light company was sold, it was sold for, I believe, $175,000. That included accounts receivable. And when I went to Concord the first time ever, as an elected official of the town to set the tax rate, I got attacked by the DRA over this particular fund and was it legal to do this and everything else, and the compromise was, okay, you can keep in the funds 125, but you gotta recognize the 50,000 in receivables you gotta take, and so we threw 50,000 against the tax rate, this is way back when. Put it down a notch, the following year came back up, and as a result, got some flack because you're raising the taxes, but, so that's how we ended up with 125. And what I did learn at the time was the purpose of keeping this in a fund and not just throwing it in the general fund and using it to defray taxes over a period of time was, let's take the money and take the income from it and use it to keep our expenses down, to help pay for taxes.
Mm-hmm.
So, but if we had to set this out on a separate line, like the Spalding Fund, it would be a pain in the neck, and so I think if we're doing it, if we put it in the general fund, and you folks decide how you wanna manage your fund balance.
Okay. Yeah.
You know, so we don't need a motion or vote, you're gonna get a check. But we want you to know what it's for.
Now, it looks like, where checks not, like, was that, it sounds like it's automatic now, like it'll be like an automatic payment each year.
Yeah,
But for a period
Yeah,
of
we
time,
sh-
it
we
mustn't
should-
have been.
Actually, given our new procedure, we're gonna wait till January.
Mhm.
That way we'll know the income on this fund for the entire year, 2021. And then sometime, probably early in 2022, we'll just send instructions to the money manager to wire the money into the town checking
do the
account.
fire fund the same way.
Okay,
Alright.
alright, thank you.
And we got one last item.
Excuse me, 1 second, Jim.
Yeah.
Dee, did you have a question?
I did. Can the summary, can the minutes reflect a more detailed summary of this? As somebody who has tried to chase down the various funds and what they're for and all that kind of stuff, either can we have a centralized document of that, or can there be good detailed meeting minutes for this meeting so that there's a record when people go looking 20 years from now and we're trying to hunt these things down?
There is a thing.
I'll just attach this to the minutes.
Well, we
Okay.
The MS9 and the MS10.
Oh, she wants words though.
Right, like when, as somebody who did the CIP and we were trying to figure out which funds were trusts, which ones were whatever, it helps to have an explanation somewhere so that when we're trying to dig things out, we're not struggling.
Becky covered that right in the beginning,
Yeah.
okay, when he said that some things that are called trusts or funds can be interchangeable.
I'm good with that, but this explanation that we
Yeah.
just did in a very succinct amount of time
Mhm.
covers
Deidre,
a whole
we
lot
have
of
a
ground.
summary here with all the numbers that were
What did
quoted, and
Okay.
we'll include that in the minutes, we'll
That'd be
append it
great.
right to the minutes.
That'd be great. I don't see that, I haven't seen that previously, so
Yeah.
that's, as one of the chasers, it would help if we didn't have to work so hard on the chasees.
So, when you're looking at, like for the capital reserve accounts, because you gentlemen are doing a fair amount of research now, are you putting some of this down, like for each fund that you're researching?
Yeah, most of
So
the
it's-
problems are in the so-called common trust section. The capital reserves are pretty clear.
Okay,
They are clear, go back and look at how it was formed, how many got amended, that's it.
I have a pretty good log now, but Joanne had to go back through a bunch of minutes, and I'm not sure, we don't have them all, I don't believe.
okay,
Like the original warrant language and things like that. After 2 or 3 CIPs, I've got quite a collection going.
Why don't you arrange to meet with the trustees?
Okay,
yeah,
And we can go over them together.
okay.
Yeah, it's
Be
better
nice
to
to
ask
have one
specific
master
questions. I don't think we're gonna write a treatise on funds.
I think
No,
it's-
just enough though just enough breadcrumbs to keep us all going.
yeah.
Okay, but if we met together, I think that would solve.
So that takes care of the trust. Now, there are some trusts still out there that we're working on. This is not, we haven't solved all the problems. Next year, we'll come back with more trusts we'll talk about, so.
Alright,
But
Okay,
this
so-
breakdown on the, MS9, that has the total.
Right,
Yeah.
when you see that, you see all the money.
I don't mind these problems, cause it's money, like coming in, instead of expenditures. Yeah, these are good,
Just cleaning things up.
Yeah, mostly we're talking tonight about how to use money
Yeah.
that hasn't been used.
Hmm.
Using capital
Very much
Okay,
appreciated.
we're in the last section now, capital reserves. As we said, there are fewer of them, there aren't many of them, right, compared to the trust. And they're pretty clear what they're supposed to be used for. But, the person who's pounded the table most on this is Jim, who thinks that we have 2 capital reserves that we don't need anymore, and they add up to basically a little over $89,000, which if discontinued, would again just drop it to fund balance. So I'll let Jim explain why he thinks we should discontinue these 2.
What we see with those is they were written and put together before the landfill was closed to do a bunch of initial work, including, I'm sure, engineering and that sort of stuff. So it was at the front end of the landfill closure. The day of the landfill closure, which I also have in the book, will show you what we pay in principal and interest, and we get support from the state. And we've got just a couple years to go. these were for building the landfill, not for maintaining it, okay? So we feel that their purpose is gone, and it should be returned to the taxpayer and not just be sitting out there. It should be available to the
Mhm.
taxpayer through the general fund. And, so we're recommending that both of these be discontinued.
Yeah, in fact, when I was sitting in Jim's office the other day, Peter walked in, and we asked him about this, and they do mowing and well testing up there, that's the maintenance.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And we said, well, how do you pay for that? Comes out of the Public Works operating budget, $1,000 for mowing and about 11,000 for testing, 12,000 total. Even though you could use these reserves to help pay for that, these funds aren't tapped, he just pays for it out of his budget. So that's what Jim's saying, just put it in the operating budget, eliminate the reserve.
And those are operating expenses as opposed to capital expenses.
Mhm.
So, and, you know, so if we took money out of a capital reserve to put a landfill together to mow the lawn, and you're gonna have something left over at the end anyway, so
Okay,
you might as well just,
makes sense.
I got one concern about that. It's an environmental concern. I've seen landfills that have leakage problems after they've been closed, and ours have been closed, but all of a sudden you got some material in there, like something out of a transformer that's been buried under all the rubbish, that starts leaking and leaks over to somebody else's property, and all of a sudden you have an environmental.
So you're saying, what if we do the well testing and we get a
Well,
bad
I've
result?
never seen the results of the well testing,
Yeah.
but I mean, you know, they park the wells all around the perimeter and they test it, but I've never seen the results of those tests. So I don't know what has been tested for, I don't know what those results are showing, I don't know how long we've been testing. Because sometimes these creep problems of bad materials can take years. So, before we close these funds, I think we ought to at least take a look at the well tests, get some sort of a determination that nothing is hazardous that is coming through, or that the levels are not increasing at the perimeter of the landfill, that we have to take a remedial action of some sort.
So you want a sort of a contingency reserve in case you get a bad test?
Well,
You'd like to have a pot of money
I'm
to clean it up?
hoping that nothing bad is happening, and if we've had well tests in place for 10 or 20 years, and nothing bad has happened, it's unlikely to happen, and then we can close it. But if these well tests are showing elevated levels of PCBs or something along that line, maybe we ought to be concerned.
we have probably, I'm gonna guess, at least 15 years or more of well tests.
Yeah.
And one thing we don't have up there that you find in most landfills is we don't have a membrane top on that thing.
Okay.
It's, I don't know if it's clay or something like that, but they put something down there that was, where they evaluated what was there, the state.
Right.
They allowed the town to put something on that cap that is, you know, not a big rubber mat up there.
Yeah, no, I mean,
You sure?
Ergon. Yeah,
When I was looking at the RC club using that area, they said the liner is only about a foot down below the loam.
there is a material liner, but it's not, my understanding is it's not,
Oh, I
you
see.
know,
It's
somebody,
more of a
somebody
permeable.
didn't roll the thing out like I've seen them do.
yeah.
It's,
I mean, if we're not
That's
getting
my
a lot of
understanding.
water coming through there to dissolve some of those or move some of those materials, it could take even longer than 15 or 20 years for that stuff to hit the perimeter.
Would that even be a legal use of the funds? It seems like when things like this pop up, we just have to, act.
Yeah.
And to have a bunch of funds sitting out there
I
in
understand
case
that,
seems a bit.
and yeah, that's, you know, a reasonable, you know, question or concern. And the other thing is, we have other sites around town that have questionable materials in it. And I know these funds are directed specifically towards our landfill, but there are some private sites, that have questionable materials.
But this wouldn't be available for the.
No,
private sector.
I understand.
The other thing too is if you do away with these and you put the money in the general fund, okay, if you had what you described, something that was horrible and it happened, and you had sufficient balance in your undesignated fund balance, you can always petition the state of New Hampshire because you have an unforeseen event,
Yeah.
and they would undoubtedly authorize the use of funds to do whatever
Yeah,
testing or
and
remediation.
realistically, $90,000 or so, if you have one of those major disasters, is a literally a drop in the bucket.
Mm-hmm.
You could spend $1 million in a heartbeat.
But this is, my understanding is what we have here, compared to many other landfills, is fairly benign. Not that I'm saying that
You know,
I'd wanna drink the water running off of it, but I mean,
I have no further objections. I
Okay.
think we should close the accounts.
So we're in favor of discontinuing them.
So in summary, we have 4 articles,
3 identical,
or 3 are for discontinuance and 1 is for permission to produce a
Right.
summary, or include a summary in the town annual report.
and in the
Okay.
interim, we can see what the test results are. I mean, we're talking about voting on something in March, but right now, we're here now.
Yep.
You can write the article, you can always pull the article.
I would assume the town insurance policy would pay for this, but it might, I'm not sure.
I don't know. That's a question for next week when they come here.
Maybe.
Yeah, thank you for doing all this work,
Yeah,
the legwork, research, and,
Okay.
you know, getting that done and activating the money. Yeah, identifying money that's just
He's a
sitting there.
slave driver.
Yeah.
So this, how many unused funds did you guys uncover? Do you have a number on it, or?
Well, you have the 186 perpetual cares to begin with.
Just in that
Probably-
alone,
and
yeah.
then the others, they're probably, I don't know, half dozen or so. So you're over 190 in terms of count. In
Yeah.
dollars, you're not talking huge dollars.
No, but it's good to do housekeeping.
Yeah,
Yeah, thank you, Bente.
okay,
Thank you, Ron.
I'll see you.
okay.
I'll see you, Bob. Take care.
And then is Verhey?
Barhegi,
Verhey,
Utah, Barhegi.
okay. How are you this evening?
Excuse me?
How are you this evening?
Good, my hearing
You wanna
is a
come
little
sit
bit
closer?
goofy because of swimmers here, but
So we understand you have some concerns with motorized vehicles accessing your property?
yeah, well, that would be one of the things, but I think what I would like to achieve and came here for is that it has been a few years now that Flingstrom Road, I started hearing that it is a town road. And then some people called town said, well, it's not a town road, it is a private road. So ever since town road, private road, town road, private road. And so this past summer, finally, a sign went up, a red sign, white letters saying, Flingstrom Road, private road. Now, I didn't know why it was red, why it's not green or anything like that, so I learned that now in New Hampshire they are designating those red signs for, calling out private roads. That's what I learned. So, however, still some people are of the idea that it is a town road. So I guess, I don't know how the town can help with that. Maybe town can write a letter to the Pratt Pond Association stating, listen, this is a town road or not a town road, this is where it is going, etc. And it is abutting a private right-of-way which is on my land, and that caused some confusion because if you take a look at Flingstrom Road, you come into Flintstrom Road from Upper Prattburn Road, and Flintstrom Road continues right into the mountain, and then here's my right of way, which is on my land for people, the Tiltons and Glavy and Newells, and the conservation land eventually to be accessed. So people who own property behind my land to be able to access it. So this is not this is a right of way benefiting these individuals. People assumed, and I understand why they would assume that was Flintstrom Road, because that was originally a logging road for a long, long time. I have a map from 1976. It was already a 50-feet right of way, and they used it as a logging road. And when I moved there 30 years ago, they've been logging going on when the Smiths sold property, subdivided, etc. So it is a well-packed down road. So when people come in Flintstrom Road, now of course Flintstrom Road is not going into the mountain. Nobody would think, because there's this nice packed down, not dirt road anymore, but sand, gravel, whatever. It is a nice packed down period.
Mm-hmm.
So for many, many years, people used that to access these logging roads behind me. I did the survey. Actually, Ed Rogers did the surveying of the land last year, and so now the markers there and everything else. So I put up 2 signs. One is, both of them are on my land. One is showing where Flintstrom Road is going, which is basically going into the woods, probably touching. I mean, I don't know whose land the Flintstrom Road is on. That's to be found out, I guess, but touching several properties, and then eventually gets into the conservation land.
Mm-hmm.
Because of 179 acres of it, I believe. So this, I guess, has to be clarified by the town. I would appreciate that this road, Flintstrom Road, is not a town road. It is a private road. It is on private land, going whichever direction it is going, and abutting is a right of way which is on my land, map 35C. So differentiate, so people would know that this is Flintstrom Road.
Okay.
And that is not Flintstrom Road. I think it would clarify it for the town as well as for the people living around. It would help me a great deal, because when I stop people, they still assume, although the signs are up there and the sign there, this is Flintstrom Road, no, it's Town Road, no, it's not. Okay, so I don't want to, get into this thing. And also put up another sign that said private right of way, no trespassing. That's for the right of way, that for those people who have the deeded rights to get on that to access their properties.
Mm-hmm.
There, Tilton's Gravy, Newell, and then many, many times people used that to access the conservation land. Now, I'm aware that there are 2 signs, and I actually took a picture of them, 2 signs in the woods that the town put up there, no 4-wheelers, town of New Ipswich, so both signs say that. Apparently, the town and the Conservation Commission doesn't want 4-wheelers to roam around and all that. The other issue with Flintstrom Road is that although it is a private road, and I understand that, and many people do, I suppose, but that would be also, some people can say, well, this is a private road, though this is Flintstrom Road, so we can perhaps open it up or use it to access the areas behind my property, since I put up the sign there. Because people who have, ORVs would like to continue,
Mhm.
so somehow go there. So, and I think, I know Ed, I know you are Bob, right? So Ed talked to you about this a little bit, and
You know, I know you mentioned that he would appreciate if a gate was put up
It will
there,
be a favor to the town and to us, for sure,
you know. so-
What's
so-
that?
if there was no access up there.
Okay, so I have a question. I'm not familiar with that road, but you mentioned that, like, are those other properties, like the abutters, are those developed, like they have houses on them?
So, I can show you a map if you
Please.
like that. It's a big map and there's a little map. That would be, the little map shows where Flingstrom Road is going and the properties, who own those properties. This is the conservation land,
Okay.
etc. So, but here's a very nice map that might be a little bit more telling.
So these mustn't be building lots then.
Well, so
There can't be one here.
there's a building there that is the Tiltons.
Okay.
They access, so this is Flingstrom Road, here is Upper Pratt Road. Flingstrom Road comes and goes that way. It has been like that for the old map from 1976, so shows the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
So here is Flingstrom Road, and then here is the right of way. That's the 50 feet right of way, so that he can access his property. And here's Gravy, he can access his property, and then here's Newells. They don't have anything built there anywhere.
Mm-hmm.
So these are the two individuals who have, the building thing, that he has a foundation, they have been living there for a long time.
Mm-hmm.
But basically, so these individuals here, so this is the Tiltons, this is the Tiltons, and these are the three other individuals here that perhaps would have the Flingstrom Road, going through their properties.
Okay.
So, yeah. So I guess I'm not sure what Bob had in mind in terms of a gate. So I suppose there's a gate can be put there. There's another gate being put there, I suppose. So I know by law I can put a gate up there because it is on my property. My question though is that what are the town rules about the gates?
Mm-hmm.
And I am assuming that I would have to ask the Newells if I can put that up there, because although they are not living there and all that, from time to time, and I don't come up very often, from time to time perhaps they want to access their property, so they would need a
key.
or something like
Mhm.
that. So I don't know what the town's rule is in terms of the fire. Does the fire department need a key to the to that, or what are the town rules? I don't want to break rules or whatever. That's why I'm here, just clarifying some stuff.
Well, it's my understanding that we'd have a key for the emergency services to access, to be able to open the gate as well.
Lose the key and take bolt cutters to it.
Yeah.
Listen,
I mean, if there's a fire, they're gonna take care of the fire.
And there are some breakaway gates and different things that are available.
Yeah.
You came in on a good night. We have the chairwoman of the planning board and Bob, chairman of the conservation commission here, and I don't know if you have any ideas or thoughts on what can be done.
want to keep it here for
Sure.
I think we need to look at I'm looking at a little weed plan, but I think we need to understand it, and we can certainly talk through. The other thing I'd wanna know is what's the status of the property itself? Like, is it recreational, pass-through? Does it have to be access to the trail? Like, is there any access to the conservation land there? Cause I couldn't quite tell from the conversation if it was, if there's a deed of any kind to pass through. Like think about hunting, if it's not posted and you're getting a recreational discount on your property, then you're allowing people to go on through your property. I don't think that necessarily means on vehicle, but I think there's some things we probably just wanna look at.
Yeah, so in my deed, what it says is that 50 feet right away is for the benefit of the two individuals there who have buildings there, one fully built, the other one is not yet. The new wells and whoever is owning land behind me, so they have the right of way to access their property through this 50 feet
Right.
Right of way. Basically, that's what it is. So in my deed, that's what it says.
So are people just looking at a map and saying that's the easiest way to get to the conservation land and we wanna go there? Is that what you think is happening?
And that's the issue that they used it for a long time until, now I'm stopping with the sign, but yes. And then the other issue that can arise is that I know people are not pleased with me basically closing that. They might find another way, and that might be Flintstrom Road. They might put a trail there. Now, is if somebody puts a trail there, is it an access road? And when I read up on the road rules of New Ipswich, one would have to have permission from the town to put an access road or a driveway. So I don't know if somebody, let's say, I'm gonna put a trail there and whatever, is it an access road, is it legal, not legal, I have no idea, so that's why I'm asking. So potentially that can be an issue that people want to cut through Flintstrom Road, continue Flintstrom Road into the woods, because I put a sign up there, this is private.
Yeah, so I'd wanna work with Bob on it.
Okay.
Just because if there's conservation land, people wanna get there, how do they get there? And is there other alternatives to take some of the pressure off as well? So what can you do and then, that would be my first, I don't think you want an on-the-fly opinion from somebody who isn't even legal.
No.
But I think there's certainly some room there.
Yeah. And then the other thing is, that there are, I really wouldn't mind foot traffic. I like nature, I like hiking and all those things, snowshoeing, so I don't have objection to that. And if then there are those mountain bikes, people like to use that, they're, that's a very different, it's a physical activity as opposed to getting on a four-wheeler, which, I'm pretty sure there's all kinds of enjoyment doing that, but, so I wouldn't object to that, but that's, yeah.
Okay. Just before I get to you, Bob, Jim, did you have something?
No, well, they take off.
Oh, Bob.
I was gonna suggest that when we bought that land, we bought it only to protect the Warpath Trail. We never intended for it to be an access point from any roads, because a quarter mile south on the trail is another trail that goes up to the top, which most people use when they wanna climb the trail midway. So I see no problem with that I don't think it should be used for an access to the trail. I think we wanna control that.
I guess just a couple of comments. We've spoken before you came in and showed me the maps, so I'm familiar with the maps and everything. But I think in a way, this boils down to something fairly simple. Not keeping people off your property may not be simple, but the issue is simple. You have a right of way that goes the length of your property to benefit 3 other property owners behind you. And as long as those 3 property owners are happy with the access you give them, which is a civil matter, that's fine. You have the right to put up signs, to post it, and everything else.
Mhm.
My understanding is, and correct me, Bob, because I know you know, Flintstrom Road is a private road. It's not a class 6 road, to my knowledge.
Right.
It's private road, okay? So somebody owns that road too, and there's probably rights of way for part of it that people have in their deeds. So it would seem to me you have all the right in the world. You could put up a sign that says no motorized traffic, foot traffic only.
I think that if, depending on how the deed reads, if all three owners or people who use that right of way, agree that they don't want other people using it, you're well within your rights to put up a gate with a key that everybody has a key to, or even a combination lock or something along that lines.
See, if putting up a gate would not prevent them from accessing their property at all, not at all. It would not interfere with that whatsoever. Then only at the new wells. And I would definitely approach them whether they would be agreeable to that or not. Both the Tiltons and Andrew Glavy are able to access their properties even if I put a gate up there, or if I put a gate up where Flintstone Road meets my right of way, so that they cannot really go into the mountain. So that would not interfere with anybody. Everybody else who is abutting Flintstone Road going into the mountain have access from Upper Pratt Pond Road, and all of them can access their, and that's how they access their properties anyway, from Upper Pratt Pond Road. So I'm not blocking anybody's road or entry to their properties.
Okay.
I guess the bottom line for me is that I would really appreciate that if the town can, I don't know how it is, I don't know legalities or whatever, put it into writing. Flintstone Road is not a town road, period. And I don't know how the town would be able to put it in legal terms or whatnot, so that I can say, hey, listen, people, let's clarify that, because it's been going on for like I said, at least about 10 years or whatever, I don't know. Probably since the conservation land was established, because they thought, well, conservation land, town owns it, Flintstone Road, access road, town road, etc. And yeah, it caused.
So let us do a little bit of research on our end. It sounds like, so we'll have Dee and Bob get together, and Jim, and we'll come up with a solution for you. So there's nothing we can do tonight, but yeah.
But if we're gonna state that Flintstone Road is not a public way, we can do it in 2 sentences. And the second sentence would be, if you have any questions, please contact me at this number.
Well, and I think about Preston Hill. I'm gonna bet you Preston Hill for a while was used. And I went out and was walking some of that this weekend, and there's a sign. It says basically town maintenance ends here, basically the town road ends here. Maybe that needs to be on the Flintstone Road side or something like that. But let us work through that.
Is Upper Pratt Pond a town road?
Nope.
So we're deep into private road territory. It seems like the town really, if it's not a town road, it's not a town road. We can say whatever we want. It doesn't matter. A lot of this stuff falls out of our jurisdiction, other than I would assume emergency services, but even that.
We can still.
All we can say is, we don't own it, we have no authority over it, post it to your heart's content.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Barbed wire, gates,
Jeez.
it's your land.
Putting up a gate wouldn't do you any good, because you need a fence to go with it, right?
Yeah, exactly.
But I think that's what my gut tells me, but like Sean said, there's departments that can look into whatever you.
Yeah, we'll look at things on our end, and we'll help you come up with a solution.
I would appreciate that. So I think people are understanding that, this is a private road, but they are, one individual I stopped had the misunderstanding that private road and which is Flintstone Road, and the private right of way, it's the same thing, therefore they can have access to the private right of way. I try to explain, no, it's not private road hitting everybody's, many people. This is only, it's on my land, and it's only benefiting these individuals, etc. And just
So just don't chase us with a cleaver if we come out to look. We're not as familiar maybe as Bob is.
Yeah. All right.
So that's the thing.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, appreciate it. I'm gonna get it right.
Thank you for coming in. I'm sorry that you're having the troubles.
Well, it's okay, I just clarifying it is the best thing to do, I think.
Yes.
Bob, do you have a copy of your budget with
I
you?
do.
Oh, okay.
Thank you. Have a good evening.
Thank you, you too.
Okay, next we've got 3 budgets, conservation, planning board, and board of assessors.
Okay,
And then the discussion on maps.
alright,
That's what you're
perfect,
for, yeah.
yep. Thank you. Good evening, Bob.
Good evening.
So what'd you bring for us?
Well, it's the same budget as last year. Last year was an aberration for obvious reasons.
Well, it's kind of in line, cause when you go back, past 5 years, there's even less of the budget being spent. And even, with, last year, last year at 42% expenditure, and the year before at 37%.
We try to keep our costs down, Sean.
No, I can appreciate that, but we're trying to, is there any reason why we should be over budgeting every year?
Well, it's erratic activity, actually. We don't know how many people wanna go to the annual meeting. We don't know if water tests are gonna be required and so on. Because if water tests are required and we don't budget for it, then we're gonna have a deficit in our budget.
So, on average, how much do the water tests cost?
Depends on how many we have.
Well, can you give me an example of what's common?
Well, depends what we test for.
Yeah, that
You gotta give me something, Bob.
Well,
Cause
I'm guessing.
I have something that goes 10 years back, and 2011, there was still, you only used 72% of the budget. 2012, there's always in between 20 and 30% left
We
of the
try to keep
budget.
it down. We try to
Yeah.
keep it down.
So I'm just seeing where, but it's always been kind of the same numbers. So
Actually, all of the budget gets used.
what's that?
All of the budget disappears because what's left goes into the conservation fund, not the general fund.
And that's another question. How come that is that case for the Conservation Commission?
State law.
How come?
Yeah.
Because the Conservation Commission got the state to pass laws allowing it and allowing towns to adopt it, which this town did. Did I say it right?
Yes.
Okay.
Alright.
So when the town adopted that,
And what happens, Sean, in actuality, if we have an expense that we haven't accounted for here, we dip into that, so we don't have a deficit in our budget.
So we probably could tighten this up a bit and,
Oh, we could take 0.
well, I'm not looking to get dramatic here, but like on the actual expenditures, if, there's actual money going out every year, then leave those line items, but the ones that haven't been spent in years,
I mean, they, as, I'm gonna call it department head effectively, you can slide money between line items.
Yes.
So, you typically spent under $1,000 every year, in the last 5 of the budget. If we reduced it down to $1,000, would that be
The budget's
acceptable?
been going down almost every year since I've been chairman.
Yeah, I've noticed that too.
I'm used to it.
but just because it's not being expended.
Well, it's hard to forecast such erratic activity.
Okay.
Okay, and because we don't have the ability to have a deficit in our budget, we put it in there in case people wanna go to the annual meeting, in case we have water testing and that type of thing. And what happens in the past, we dip into that, so we don't have a deficit in our budget. That's how it's worked, and it's worked very well.
Well, it just bothers me that the money slides out of our general funds and into your budget, where we use, we're trimming paper clips, I understand that.
You are, for sure.
But at the same time, if we're providing town money, I think we should provide the correct amount or something close to the correct amount, and $1,000 seems a little more in line.
Mm.
Well, obviously, you know, and if we cut the budget, we can live, but we probably won't have as much money to give to other purposes, such as tax maps and stuff like that.
Mm. Any thoughts, Jay?
I was trying to look through this book, and it may not be in here, but how much is in the Conservation Commission's checking account?
Well, we don't have a checking account, so what we have is called a conservation fund.
Okay.
And all dollars that the Conservation Commission has access to, other than the line item budget itself,
47, page 47.
other than the line item budget
It
itself,
said 47.
is in what's called the conservation fund.
Yeah, it said 47.
And obviously, as you know, by this time, all those funds are under the responsibility of the commission.
Mm-hmm.
It's your call.
Jason, to answer your question, I think it was $200,000 that they have access to.
256,000.
Yeah, the fund is held by the treasurer, okay?
Right.
And the way it's shown in there is, even though it's all a conservation fund, as a fund number in the accounting system, she's got it broken into different funds depending on where the money was invested.
Yes, the conservation fund is only a legal term, not an accounting term. That's correct.
Would it be legal to operate out of that fund, or?
Well, it kind of defeats the purpose, because then you're telling someone, here, put this money aside for these purposes, and oh, by the way, when you need operating money, dip into that also. I mean, the purpose is the budget. See, if we spend all our funds out of there, no one has control over what we spend and what we spend it on. We're trying to go through the budget where we have individual accounts. And then you can say, well, we'll cut, like you do now, you can wanna cut something, fine, cut it.
Well, and
But if we use the conservation fund entirely, the selectmen don't have that option.
with all due respect, like that fund, right now, all I have is 10 years back, but there's about $6,000 of taxpayer money, like of over budgeted money, that's gone into that fund. So even if you had to dip into it, it's not that fund money, because that money wasn't given to the commission for that purpose, like in that fund. It was
No,
like
no,
for
no.
the current year's expenditures.
It doesn't work that way, unfortunately. Everything, any leftover goes into the conservation fund, and just like everything else in the conservation fund, it's under the control of the Conservation Commission to spend for what purposes they think are important.
I'd like to add something to that. They're being expended for what purposes are important
Under 36A.
under that particular chapter, okay?
Sure.
In other words, I'm not looking at it now, but I don't know, I'm playing devil's advocate.
Mm.
I don't know that you could do everything you do with your operating budget out of the conservation fund. I'm not quite sure of that.
I think I could, because
Maybe you could, I don't
the
know.
whole purpose of the Conservation Commission is to adhere to 36A. So
Right.
anything we do is under 36A.
Yeah, I mean, the language is pretty loose, so,
Oh, I know it's pretty loose.
he can do a great deal, with that money.
Mhm.
And the other thing that goes into the conservation fund, which makes the leftovers from here look like a pittance, is every year the first $50,000 in land use change tax goes to the Conservation Commission fund.
First,
Once we hit $50,000,
oh, first 50,000, right.
it
Well,
then goes to the town general fund.
it's supposed to go in there on a regular basis as opposed to the end of the year.
I know that, and I've looked at that. It should be going in as it comes in,
Sure,
until you get to one where it says some goes here and some goes there.
yes.
Okay, I'm aware of that. And that's the biggie. That's what really swells this fund.
Yeah,
That's how it works.
Yeah,
I don't know. I'm not gonna make any decisions tonight on it. you know, let us know, you know, I thank you for submitting the budget, and we're gonna take a look at everything, and, you know, I'd imagine we'd look to take, you know, bring it down to what your actuals have been, you know, in the past, like over the past 10 years.
What do you think the intent was of the legislative body in Concord when they lay down this law that says what you don't spend goes into a rollover account for savings? The intent was to have savings for numerous and various things. I mean, what you're doing now is you're overriding what the intent was of the lawmakers for your own budgetary reasons.
So if you want like a savings program, put on this, on your budget, this much will go into savings
Well,
every year.
essentially, we've done that. At the end of the year, it goes into savings. We don't spend it. I think
And it sounds like it's being funded to, you know, the tune of $50,000 a year potentially, if, you know, those taxes like come up to that dollar amount. So you're getting a substantial amount of money besides this, and I do agree that it's small, and I don't wanna spend too much time going back and forth over it, but, something that I had set out to do, and we had set out to do as a board through this budget process, was to tighten up the budgets, find out what the actuals are, and, cause there seems to be a lot of over budgeting each year. You know, so as far as like how tight the budgets are, there's still room for improvement.
Well, I didn't approve the budgets in previous years. You understand that? The Board of Selectmen did.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. No,
The account you're looking at is the last one, 821, which is the balance of the budget, which has a zero budget in it. That's what in 2020 was moved over.
$550.
So you have to have an account to write the thing out of, so it was written out of a specific account. So it was 550.
do you have anything, Jay? Any input, thoughts? No? Bert?
As I said, you know, I'm a little uncomfortable taking taxpayer money, and pushing additional monies over when the Conservation Commission already seems fairly well funded.
Okay.
Taxpayers' savings. That's taxpayer money and it's being saved. It's not being spent.
And only to be expended by,
When you put $550 into the Conservation Fund, that's savings that the taxpayers have. Money that the Conservation Commission saved and put it into a savings fund. We didn't spend it, like a lot of departments.
I understand that. Alan?
It also could be called, if you're gonna call it saving, you could not budget in the first place and save me the overall budget cost. Instead of having a budget, town budget of this, we have a slightly reduced budget. And if we're saving it, we're rolling it over into one of the conservation accounts. And the money was originally voted on and earmarked for postage, mileage, different things in the lines. And now we, by virtue of padding his budget by 50% each year, we roll over the balance and save it into an account that the taxpayers don't want to control. So the solution would be to reduce it to an actual zero-base budget and eliminate things like water testing. We had a question about water testing. We haven't done water testing in 8 out of the last 10 years. So why are we budgeting money and rolling it over to a savings account? Why don't we just not tax the taxpayers for it?
D?
Is there a contingency fund that gets budgeted every year?
Contingency?
So, what I'm thinking is that some organizations have, I think, some people call it a rainy day fund, but that there's, if we don't need well testing, right, but suddenly something happens and there's an alert that goes up and we need well testing.
This is not well tested.
No, I'm using that as an example because I don't know what else to use, but if something came up and it needed to be done, and it's not in our budgets, like if it's in our budgets, it's almost permission to spend it well, right, with some caveats. But if something, that doesn't mean we can't come to the select board and say, hey, we have a need during the year, can that be met? Where is that in the budget, that unknown, where do you guys budget for that in your budget?
There isn't a contingent, that's been pretty much outlawed in the state.
I
What
understand that.
the selectmen would be forced to do is look at the budget and take money from the planning or from somewhere else. They have to squeeze it out of another line item.
Right, so I guess that's
And
my
then
concern.
depending on the
is-
severity, like Jim had mentioned, you know, like if it had something to do with the landfill or
Yeah.
like some major issue, then we can ask to use that fund balance money for if it's an emergency. So it's not,
Okay, but
Mhm.
that's where it would come from, and so we don't, if we don't budget for something and it arises,
yep,
then it's just, you guys feel comfortable that there's money there somewhere that can be taken as needed. You guys will make
Possibly.
those decisions. No,
But
no,
what can you do? If
well, but
there
if
is,
that-
there is. If
well,
there isn't, there isn't.
let's
It's
use
life.
let's use the Smithville Cemetery, right? If the state came in and said, it's time, you guys are gonna spend 60,000 to have the cow fly over the moon to fix this problem, you guys would have to find that money.
Or we'd say you gotta wait till next year because we need to put it on a warrant article.
And again, if it's critical, where's your critical, you know, where's, as a homeowner, my well dies, do I have the money to make sure I've got something for an emergency?
Yeah, I
Mhm.
mean,
That's the fund
there's
balance,
always
isn't
been
it?
a
Yeah,
little
it's our fund
slush
balance.
in the budget, but it's, at least, you know, during my previous tenure, it was kept fairly minimal, simply because too much slush was being abused in previous times.
And that's fair, I'm just trying to figure out, in this case, I think it's slightly different, cause it doesn't come back to the general fund. Everything else comes back to the general fund, so if you had a crisis, you could come to the planning board and say, with that money we promised you, you really don't want to spend that right now. Like, I could see that as a way that you would find money.
yeah, and then like, well, in Bob's, you know, like just, like he said, he has a savings account. And there's $250,000 in it right now.
No, stop.
There's about 10,000 in the savings.
Stop.
Yeah.
Bob Boynton does not have a savings.
No, not Bob, the Conservation Commission, the Conservation Commission.
I bet you have.
Sorry.
I do wanna point out, Sean, that, what was it, 820, so it's $400 for GIS software. Can you see that next to the last line?
Yeah,
Well, there's something inaccurate there, because I did renew that software, and we did expend the money, so I don't know why.
I will go look for it. I had that question too, is because there's nothing in there,
Yeah,
and I am finding that things sometimes were miscoded. So I will look that up, and if we have to, we'll move it, we'll
Okay.
do an adjustment.
I'm sure that's true. Thank you.
okay,
That was the one around July, August,
Yeah, someplace in there, yeah.
just to help narrow it down.
Thank you.
thank you, Bob. Alright,
So we're gonna be revisiting this,
all of them at the end.
all of them.
Yeah.
Yes. But the idea
Nothing's
is,
final.
No, that's why,
this is nice to have the 10-year look back, which
yeah,
I feel like I didn't really do my due diligence and look back how much has been spent, because I think it's important to know.
that's why I was asking, because at least like these gives us 2 plus this year, that'd be 3 years, like the last 3.
And hopefully it's not perceived as hostility, but rather just good stewardship is all that it's about. It's not about, all right, let's hit them hard.
On the next one,
It's not
planning
that
board, the copy you have under account 540 has a couple of backslashes in that, and that's because I deliberately hit a key on the computer when I shouldn't have, and it took out the name, so it's basically miscellaneous postage or, you know, so it's account 540, it's on your list, okay? And if we go down through this one here,
What did you say that it's line?
account 540,
What page, Jim, are you on?
it's on the first page of the planning board,
Oh, you're doing me now?
which is right behind the Conservation Commission.
Yeah, it should be like, you can see a red paper and orange paper and yellow separating them.
So what was that supposed to read?
That you, postage, but in a sense, miscellaneous postage, we're writing a letter to somebody. I have those.
And you can have,
Okay.
you can have.
But,
So I've moved our line item for FICA and Medicare down to 0, because I think we're shared servicing our staff.
no, the reason this got charged, I have to ask the same question. Why do I have FICA Medicare? So if you look at the printout you got from me, it says this account, this and account 225 are to cover payment to Debbie Deaton for training new employee after she became tax collector. The wages were included in line 390. This should not happen again. This shouldn't have been coded there in the first place.
Okay.
Okay, and 390 was technical assistance, but she was providing technical assistance to Jennifer, who was new.
Right.
So, I mean,
Right.
it's an aberration,
Okay,
okay? The biggest thing in here is how we treat
626.
postage for hearings, which is on the second page of the printout for me, and that's account 626. We have $1,841.12, and incidentally, on these, where I got, let's see, okay, I got 2,400 in there, okay? That's on the 2022 request. And what I was looking at was what you have proposed is 2,400, and here's what happened. And it was $1 the year before. So here's the story. You can't put $1 in there and hope the money all comes back. All this postage that's going out is for mailings. It's got an equivalent account on the revenue side. We have to do gross budgeting according to the state, which means we put in what we think we're gonna spend, and then we collect. In a perfect world, the net would be 0, but we gotta do our best guess. So I realize somebody might say, well, create a revolving fund, but you can't create a revolving fund for postage, so that's what we got. So we got 2,400 in there, but there'll be 2,400 on the revenue side.
Yeah.
so when we look at this next year, and it says, we'll just say 2,200 was spent. So, but then revenue's collected, and that revenue just gets rolled over into the fund balance.
The revenue goes into the general fund.
So these are the postage that we spend on the hearings is supposed to be reimbursable to us from the applicant.
Right, but you
But-
can't post
But
revenue.
we don't, the planning board doesn't collect it directly. They take the check that's handed to them, walk it down the hallway, and it's deposited in the general fund, so it doesn't really show up on your behalf.
Right,
Yeah.
so it looks like this year we overspent by $1,841 because we only show the gozada and not the gazintas.
Well, incidentally, okay, I have a printout here that shows $1,841.12 and all of what it is, okay, which, and then I have a printout that shows the revenue. Interestingly,
There's more revenue.
2307.
So this is an example where we get the reimbursement for the postage, but there's also like a filing fee. So we collect an extra $30 for is it the Mylar or whatever other filing things go on. Again, that's money that goes back out the door, but it's accounted for, I'm not exactly sure how. So the numbers almost match, and when we take that number, if Jen was here, she would know it, but that extra amount is within pennies of whatever that additional fee is that we charge to make sure all of the documents get filed with the registry and things like that. So this money comes in and it goes back out.
Right.
No, I understand that, but it doesn't, since you're collecting more on the, than what
It can be
is
timing.
being charged.
It can be timing, it can be
Yeah.
around a calendar year.
So we're also making an estimate that this year we're sitting at around 1841. That number, we haven't had building at this rate where we've had to send out this many abutters notices since about 2008, 2010. So your 10-year look back is not gonna really touch when the last time there was significant building in town. The number of homes that have been built or the subdivisions that have gone on has gone progressively down, and now it's coming back up again. So that's why we hypothesized, looking at the number from this year and some of the heyday, we're forecasting somewhere between 1,800 and 3,000. So we picked 2,400 as an estimate, but whatever we don't spend, it doesn't go anywhere except back to the general fund. So it's more of a bookkeeping exercise.
Deidre, are you seeing this trend continuing? Like, do you expect 2023, 2024, 2025 will be equally active?
I don't know. I think that there's some pent-up demand, there's some pent-up building, we're still not seeing large subdivisions, we're seeing a lot of little stuff. So depending on kind of how many abutters there are, but some of these larger properties, we may not necessarily see as many abutters. So I think this is an odd year where people aren't really yet ready to take a risk, but building is back. And so I do think at least next year, we'll probably see another big year now that the people have gone, wow, building is back, right? And so I think after that, we may see a little bit of a drop off. I don't know, it depends on if one big subdivision, and there's gonna be enough homes here for a while, so it depends on what comes across. So I'm kind of in Bob's camp of, I don't really know, but I'm gonna hypothesize another good year next year, I'm gonna say building is back.
The bottom line with this is the way we have to do the accounting. I mean, it's the way it works. The other thing in here, just to look at the difference in the budget from one year to another, which is even bigger, is you have $5,000 in here for a master plan.
Yep.
Okay. So that's the biggest change, not the,
Correct. Everything else is really virtually the same. I do know that we did not use all of our training funds this year, but we are a really green board. What I'd like to do is, a lot of times we don't get alerts until like literally 3 or 4 weeks before, and people have planned things out. So I'd really like to call the state and get the dates of the conferences for next year, so that we can get those on everybody's calendar and get people signed up. We have a lot of folks who need a lot of knowledge. So the training budget, I'm gonna really try hard to get used this coming year. And the master plan, one of the things that I gave to you is, the master plan in theory gets done around every 10 years. It's not written in stone, it has to be done every 10 years. But right now, there's a big push because the census data is out. And that's why really, up until now, we haven't really, a lot of your information in your master plan looks at changes in demographics, changes in commuting patterns and things like that. So that you start to develop an overview of the community, and then you take that data and you also do a survey of the townspeople, and then you re-say what are you going to plan to do for the next 10 years roughly. So it's kind of an overview of what's gonna guide the planning board for the next 10 years. So an example that's kind of a fun one here is, we have conservation land, but we also have folks who wanna ride ATVs, and they're not always compatible missions. So one of the things that came up in the last master plan that we have not acted on is there a place that ATVs can run? And so, that would give the planning board and the conservation board kind of an overview. And I just want to give you I gave you a couple of pages from the master plan to show you how long some of these things are coming up on 15 to 18 years since they've been acted on. The planning board knows that the estimates that folks have thrown out there is about $15,000 to $20,000 at least to do this thing right. So we thought we would start tackling some of the chapters and get some of the infrastructure done that really won't change over the next couple of years, and then work into the actual visioning part of the master plan about what do we need in town, what direction should we be thinking, big picture. There's an argument that town hasn't grown hugely, even though we're noted to be one of the larger growing southern tier towns, it's really not big for a lot of the people here. They don't see it as when town doubled in size over a couple of years. So one of the things that we could do is we don't have to update this, but then this guides the old plan is still gonna guide what we do. So the old plan talks about things like, trying to keep building off of ridge lines and things like that. Are we still okay with that? That's the question is, has the perspective of the townspeople changed? And so, I put $5,000 on here, can we do part of it and then work into it so it doesn't hurt so bad? That's one option, that's why we put the $5,000. The other option, I'm happy if you guys want me to do, is we could go for the whole kit and caboodle by offering out as a warrant article to say, does the town want the planning board to do this? I don't think we're in a hurry to rush to do this, it could wait a year, but that's kind of why we threw something in here. We may or may not have to go the whole way.
Deidre, are you looking to outsource this to Southwest Regional?
We are not looking to outsource this to Southwest Regional. There's another group that a lot of communities have been going with, and I don't remember the name of it, I don't know if you remember, Sean, that's out on the seacoast that folks have been really happy with their results. So
Was that
we would not
UNH?
look.
Was that the UNH?
No, it's a
No.
separate group. It's
Different?
Another group that Lou and I have been finding as we've been looking through PlanLink. Because now, it's funny, we started talking about this, and because the census data is out, it's a hot topic on PlanLink. I know you guys just really wanna know all about PlanLink Heathland, but, kind of our listserv. I know you're just dying to know that.
So my question is, what does the $5,000 get spent on?
We have not prioritized yet, but $5,000 might get us like 2 chapters here. So we could pick 2 of the chapters and we would seek input as far as maybe what was the most popular or most pressing issues. Like one of the things that some of the towns are adding to their master plans is an energy chapter. And if we're talking, there's been quite a bit of talk on the planning board about solar, and do we wanna have a community solar capacity, would getting some of the data about understanding how that would be used. That's just an example that I'm pulling out of thin air, but,
So when you say 2 chapters, you're saying write 2 new chapters for the master plan?
well, they could be totally, like, energy would be totally new. But let's say we look at population and housing analysis. Maybe we start to look at, is there a need for more housing, what kind of housing, and then would we adapt our planning board rules accordingly?
So where does a person find the master plan?
You just go to the town website and search master plan, and the whole 146 to 96 pages is there. So what you're seeing
I've done
here is-
that, I'm wondering if there's a print copy that someone could come and peruse through the 100 and...
We'll print it out.
Yeah, I mean, I can ask Jen to print it
No,
out.
I was
if
just
that'll help.
curious if there was.
I've read the master plan, I actually worked on it, back in the day, and it's a fairly fluffy document. It's vague enough that you can translate it, pretty much any way you want. In the past, the planning board members have written it and rewritten it themselves. We did have Southwest Regional write it first once, and it was, whoever wrote it was illiterate. It was a kind of worthless effort. We had to refix it. And the only time that it actually had some serious value was when we did a full hands-on survey of the residents of New Ipswich. We basically went around door to door, this was roughly 20 years ago, with a questionnaire asking everybody, what do you think? And the end result was, we want everything, but we're too cheap to pay for it.
Is that this right here?
You should give us? No,
There's
the master
another-
plan is.
No, this survey.
Yeah, there's an example of the questionnaire.
That's an example, yeah,
Yeah.
that's just one
It's
example.
not the full,
But,
it's pretty extensive.
It's a fairly extensive document, it has, 10, 12 chapters to it. But, like I said, it's a fairly fluffy document, and spending money on something that probably won't change a great deal, but I could be mistaken, without polling the residents, it just seems like a lot of money to throw at it.
So we could prioritize, so to give you, Jay, to give you an overview, this was one survey, it was 154 residents. One of the other longer sections, I wanna say there was a boatload, there had to be 1,800 people, which for the time was,
Yeah, it was.
that was probably half the
substantial.
town,
Yeah.
you know?
I think the poll that Liz Freeman participated in got a 72%
It was
response
huge, yeah.
from the residents, which is
So
more
like,
than any voter turnout or anything
there's one
else.
section that says like strongly disagree, somewhat disagree, neutral, and there was like 300 and 500 people under each of those
Yeah, it was
categories.
huge.
So they got a maybe that's where we start and we see if there's enough need to go into the rest.
Well, you might wanna talk to Liz, because she said it was a 3-month effort and the entire planning board was involved.
More than the planning board.
Yeah,
It
it would
wa- it
have
was
to be a little,
huge.
yeah. So I guess the question is 2021 that year, or is maybe 2022 that year? I just feel like we are going to, we're not quite drifting, cause I think our values are still here. But at some point in time where we're 20 years out from a document, we're not really gonna be able to say that we're going with a master plan, you know?
I honestly think the starting point is find out what the residents want.
Okay.
I mean, that's basically what we respond to, is the residents.
Bob?
The last time we did this, I remember we went around door to door, dropping them off and picking them up and all that stuff. We hope this time around we're gonna use the computer in an online environment to get the surveys online as opposed to hard copy.
And then we can bring a tablet around if we have to.
Yes.
Okay.
Like a
So
survey
then-
monkey or something.
This could be done a lot more efficiently with almost no expense at all to do this survey.
Okay.
No, that's what I'm hearing. I'm
Well,
not commanding. I'm just hearing that.
I think that you're probably correct, but I also think that how we ask the questions is gonna make a difference. So I would want a professional question maker to help us facilitate this. What?
I said Sean can be the professional. You're right. Any of these surveys,
Well-
it's terrible how things can come out the wrong way.
Well,
Well, from one person's perspective, anyways. It can be
exactly,
wrong.
exactly. So I just figure it's time to start doing something, and, again, the census data is out, is it time for us to start doing this? Would you prefer to have it as a warrant article and or wait till 2022? So it was there to create some discussion, which I knew.
You did.
Yeah, exactly.
Mission accomplished.
Now, that being said, we're just getting now, I think this is our third or fourth rewrite that I've been involved in with the CIP, and we're just getting to where people are looking for it. Before it was kinda like, yeah, that's nice, just chuck it in the file. And so I think we're starting to look forward. So as we do this, and we start to say, where are we going as a town? I wanna make sure that the planning board is planning, and not just reacting to subdivision applications. So, like in my little warped world, we have a lot of roads that are 2+ miles long. And in my mind, as a conceptual planner, we need something that goes across those and not just keep having long skinny roads, right? We have to be able to get across some of these roads.
Yeah.
Now, I don't know exactly how that's gonna happen, but I think some of how we're developing is a little crazy. And so, how do we think forward about senior centers and teen centers and, that type of thing? Not necessarily building them, but how do we functionally create that community?
So, you've spent a few years on the planning board, if I'm not mistaken. How often does the planning board say, let's see what the master plan says?
Not very
I'm
often.
curious.
Not very often.
Curious, yeah.
Not very often. We usually pick 3 or 4 topics a year, and we delve into them.
No. As you're making decisions, do you ever refer back to the master plan and say, well, let's see, I'm not sure what we should do here. Let's see what the master plan says.
Not very often. We don't
So
have.
who uses it then?
Again, I think we use it for the capital improvement plan. We use it for, we use it in concept, so there's a lot of folks that have been using this, so like Liz Freeman's been around for a while. So she'll say, remember in our master plan, this is what the community wanted. And that can be good, but then we have the flip side that somebody will come back and say, yeah, but that was 15 years ago, Dee.
Yeah.
So see what I'm saying? It's like,
do.
it's been used as a club and a shield.
Yeah, and it's, you know, along with the CIP, like it's been an underused document, you know, because we should utilize the master plan as well, like in making some of the budgets for the different departments and helping to guide how things are developed.
Well,
Now,
Well,
one
like
of-
I said, the master plan is fluffy. It does not get into specifics. It gives a general direction,
Vision.
or
the
vision,
yeah,
if you will. In fact, I think there's even a section titled Vision.
there is, yeah.
But it doesn't hand out specific information or specific requirements or specific numbers. It just kind of talks about the town in a general fashion. This is what we think the residents want, and this is the direction we try to make our decisions. It's more, I'm gonna say, applicable to the zoning board of appeals, which has some latitude, versus the planning board, which is kind of stuck to the technical issues. You basically make a decision based on technical requirements on a subdivision or a plat, versus have any latitude to say, gee, you know, I don't like it, I don't want a house here. Well,
Okay, so let's go, this is one of the reasons why I brought this document, the planning board. The goals that came out of action items: revise the cluster ordinance, prepare guidelines for signs, develop an impact fee schedule, zoning restrictions on commercial and light industrial parks, explore ways for efficient enforcement of the state's regs on excavations, occupancy permit, performance zoning, subcommittee on housing needs, proposed zoning ordinance for no impact home occupations, and regulate unsightly strip development. We have done, cluster ordinance was done right after the master plan was done. Sign ordinance has been something that's been since I've been on the board. Impact fees, my understanding was that happened pretty quickly in the 2000s and went away in the 2000s.
yeah.
The zoning districts for commercial and light, that work has been started, it's back under work for the planning board. Excavations, we rewrote the excavation regulations. So as we're going down this list, this has guided the work of the planning board over the past 20 years. So I think it's more than just the technical aspects. It does give us a direction of where we should head. And again, I'm not saying we have to do it now, I'm just starting the conversation with a different group of people.
Okay.
That's interesting. You got 14 items.
We're rocking.
14 items
And
for
I
the
haven't
select
even-
board.
And I and I haven't even touched the select board yet. And conservation, a lot of these things, I think they might not have been put in exactly the right place. But again, this was 20 years ago. Consider it's 20 years ago, they didn't do too bad about what we needed.
Yeah.
Bob, I don't know if you got any insights on this.
Not right now.
He's gonna go read it.
Bless you. So do you have any other comments on your budget? Questions, Jay? Bert? Alright, so we'll discuss more at our next Saturday morning meeting.
We're gonna have a Saturday morning meeting.
Yeah, with
You're
all the
heading into hunting season, Sean. You better be careful.
Thank you, Dee. What's up
Okay.
next, Jim?
Now we'll get to, we're all done with the planning board, right?
Yep.
Okay. Now we get to the Board of Assessors, which is showing a 5.7% decrease overall in the budget. And why don't we just go through it line by line?
There's like a yellow separator.
Okay, the salaries, we rounded to make them effectively the same, with the idea that the stipend for all three members would be the same, there's no extra extra for a chairman or some other foolish thing, nor is there a COLA increase or anything like that, this is left the same.
Okay,
And so the FICA, Medicare, okay, when I say the same, it's within what? Is it $31? Okay. You work your way down, and the one that went down the most was, account 312, assessors contract services. The rate per visitation, or the rate per function that the assessing company does for us, didn't change. What's really come out was, we anticipated a lot more abatement requests, but I think Gene can confirm it. How many abatements do we get in the course of a year now? I mean, it's hardly any, okay?
Good times, right?
It's a combination of good times, and when you assess people in a rising market, and you assess their house, the assessments we're using are based on 2019 tables, developed from, if I got this right, 2017, 18, and 19, okay? Oh, that's all they got me assessed for, I better keep my mouth shut, okay? And so, you know, people are paying a lot more for most properties, so they feel comfortable. The other side of it is, we have a reasonably decent tax rate if you look around the neighborhood. Towns around us are paying a lot more, quite a few of them. So that helps. And the other thing too, I would say that the quality of the work we get from our appraisal company is good. So it's a combination of things, not to mention the board itself. So anyway, taking this scenario, moving toward where we know we're all going, is, let's go to account 394 on the bottom of the first page. Okay, assessor's tax map, we have $5,500 for that. And that breaks out this way. I know we're gonna discuss renewing the maps. That's a separate issue. We're talking about our existing maps right now and nothing to do with new maps. Which if you look at doing new maps, might take a couple of years to do. We have to take care of what we got in the meantime. So what we have here is $2,500 as the agreed-to price for our annual map update. And the way we update is, we update for the tax year of April 1 through March 31st. So on March 31st, we gather up all the changes, many of which come from the planning board, and we give them to the mapper. And they do the updates. We update it once a year. Because that's how we tax. We tax based on what was there. If you create a lot, if you have 10 acres and you create 5 lots on April 5th, it ain't gonna show up in the tax bill that year. Then they can figure out what to do with it, but it'll get bigger next year when you have 5 lots. We also have $3,000 for the hosting of online maps and the servicing of the online maps. And that will, what we're also in the process of doing right now is we're merging the avatar data from our assessing system with our existing GIS. So when you click on the map, you can get a property record card through the kiosks that we currently have. And so when we're looking at doing this, that's a one-time effort. And then all we have to do is just make sure that when we assign a new tax map and lot number, that we assign the same map and lot number in each one of these things, so we don't have this.
Easier said than done.
Huh?
Easier said than done. That's been a problem for 20 years.
We're fixing it right now.
Good.
Okay. And so that, we expect to have that up and running, somewhere around December or January. We'll have that up and running. And so that's the assessor's budget. So we went down in the contract services. Now, the assessors also have, forgot to mention this, we also have a warrant article. And that warrant article this year is for $23,400, and that money comes out of the capital reserve. A number of years ago, we came in here and we got tangled up with the board about cyclical revaluations. It costs so much a year for 4 years, and then the 5th year costs more because you got cleanup to do, and then you have a lot of data research. So you end up spending more money in the 5th year.
A substantial amount?
Hmm?
Substantially more.
Yeah. But when you look at the total town budget, it's not very great, but it's substantially more than this budget, okay? So to equalize it, we had this capital reserve. So, as you'll see later, we're putting 30,000 into, I think, this year into the capital reserve, and we're taking, from the prior year's deposit, we're taking 23.4 out. So we're giving and taking away. The last year of the plan, what goes into the capital reserve is higher, the year before the last year, because you can't take money out the year you put it in. So, and, that would be 2023, would be a jump in the capital reserve, not a big jump, it's a modest jump. And then the money would be coming out in 2024.
Cause that jumps up to like 35,000, right?
Yeah, it's something like that.
This is for property evaluations.
Huh?
This is for property
For
evaluations?
property revaluation.
Okay.
We're always in a revaluation mode,
Okay.
okay? And so what you see in the operating budget is pickups from, building permits and stuff like that. And you also see abatements, and you see, you know, I got a lady come in today, and she said, I bought such and such a house. I happen to know where the house was, and she told me. And she thought that she was, that there were some things that weren't quite right, because she was being taxed for buildings that weren't there. She was correct. So, you know, there'll be something like that, but that kind of stuff is minor. And so right now, it seems to be working good.
On, this assessor's tax maps, we have 2020, actual expense, 2,700. 2021 was 2,500, and now the request is 5,500.
Right, we'll go to the next page. And you'll see a breakdown of the 5,500.
So what is it, that online hosting, is the new bill gonna be 5,500 a year?
No, 3,000 to host.
This second page is explaining the 5,500.
Oh,
that
actually
what you
yours
said?
is out of sequence.
Okay, is it?
What's that, what's the heading on this one?
Assessors, fund or account group,
Oh, right there, there it is.
agreed to price of $2,500 for annual map update. Oh.
I don't know, right now I can't tell you too much on the 2,700, but that was what the regional planning commission, there may have some other charge that was built in there. I have to go back and check it, but
So what is
So
that?
this $3,000 is a new thing for the Board of Assessors to have hosting of online maps and,
right,
okay. And this would be able to be accessed by any department? like
any
the
person
planning
anywhere in the
board or-
world.
Okay,
I mean, I played around with looking at stuff what other towns have, and I've owned 6 other houses. And I could go into every one of those towns and see a picture of my house, what it was worth today, and all the details.
Peterborough had that 20 years ago.
Huh?
Peterborough had that 20 years ago.
Now, so the 3,000, I'm sorry if you had already explained it. What, I don't understand. I'm getting a little confused with the maps topic, cause there's so many different avenues and,
Forget new maps, forget everything about new maps.
well, no, so what we had discussed, was that the assessors were going to do some type of update that was in the ballpark of $5,000 or $6,000.
That's correct.
And that's different than this.
This comes the following year,
Okay,
okay? This is the cost for servicing of the maps in the ensuing year and hosting them on a website that would be accessible through the town's website.
so every year after,
It's
This
a recurring
update.
expense.
yeah, so we're going from 2,500 to 5,500 a year.
Right,
Okay. Just from doing that $5,000 to $6,000 upgrade.
yeah.
'Cause I think we were thinking that there wasn't gonna be a year-to-year expense.
Well, I think we
Increase.
explained it, I think I did.
No,
That's right.
I understood a year expense.
You did, you,
Yeah, there would be a year-to-year expense, but we didn't think it was gonna be a
Yeah.
significantly more than what we're paying now.
Yeah, that was the kicker.
So I guess significantly is that fluffy stuff you talk about, huh?
Well, and if you're, to interject the idea of doing something more profound with the maps, okay? You'd still have the $3,000 hosting for those maps.
So that's there.
It's there, it's not gonna go away, okay? And what you're gaining is, you're gaining a lot more flexibility for people to get information on their property or other property.
Okay.
Alright.
So this is not meant to compete with any thoughts anybody else has,
Mm-hmm.
alright? Jean, you agree with that?
Yes, totally.
It's meant to fit into it, because any of the thoughts to do anything more, are gonna take a couple of years. And, yeah, and if we wanna get it, if you want me to just take one step into that, there's one thing to consider when you talk about doing all new tax maps. If the all new tax maps create new map and lot numbers, which I suspect they will. In other words, this is the town, it's this big, okay, and then you divvy it up and you got different maps and lots within the picture. Their plan was to create a new, totally new maps, all new numbering. Which means that whole road, that whole wall on the back side there, filed by map and lot number would have to be updated. That's number one, okay? Okay? And that would also mean that we would have to go into our assessing database system and effectively transfer everything from the old definition to the new. It's like doing a cutover. I used to work for a phone company, I used to do cutovers, okay, you know. All the phones are like this, and then you hit the switch and everything goes. So you basically, one moment you're here, the other moment you're there. And so that is something that would, going beyond, okay, is something we would have to take into consideration. So that's where
Okay.
I'm done, okay, so what I'm trying to do is a lead in for what I think you have, where you wanted to discuss, you wanted to do these three.
Yeah.
And then, the only other thing I would throw in was, and this would be something for somebody with more knowledge than me, I don't know the planning board's requirements for people doing subdivisions, lot line adjustments, and other assorted things where they move the lines around. Maybe should be changed so that we make sure we have highly accurate data coming in, that we don't have to go back and reinvent the wheel. You know, somebody drew something on a pad of paper and said, make it go. And I'm not saying that's the way it is, but I don't know.
I didn't quite get that, Jim, so you'll have to help me.
If I bring to you a subdivision,
Yeah.
the technology I use to bring it to you, okay, may have to be a little more up to date than what you're currently accepting. I don't know that.
Okay.
But it has to be answered, that's what I'm getting at.
Sure,
You have to
sure,
know if the
yeah.
input is correct.
And then
And that goes for anything we do.
did you have a comment, Dee?
Yeah, the only thing I have to say is, I need to, not that I get a vote, but I need to be sure that there's gonna be a translator document. Not just that lot looks like this lot, and therefore the number has gone from 399 to 14-28. There has to be not just a cutover, but there has to be a translator document.
Index.
There would be.
Index.
There would be.
Right.
Okay.
No, not just an index, but an actual map that has both things.
That's a long ways in the future.
You're saying like it, when they change exit signs, they keep old
Yes,
exit 32
yes,
for a long
yes.
time.
I'm just gonna
So-
pause this for just one
Yeah.
second, cause that's a whole nother topic. Did you have any other questions or anything about the assessor's budget?
It looks like it's down from last year, but the actual spent was
Yeah,
also down
correct.
significantly.
Well, we still
And
have 3
now-
months to go, 2 months to
Well,
go.
this is true.
And they're talking about utilizing that 5,000 to 6,000 for the
That's
update.
something that gotta keep in mind.
Yeah.
We're not done with this
Oh,
year
this-
yet.
This,
Yeah.
this budget's gonna
Yeah.
fill out. It's gonna fill out.
Well, you don't have to. You can leave a little bit for that slush fund, you know what I mean?
For the money that's gonna go back to the taxpayers. Jeez.
That's supposed to be a Christmas present, Sean. You're not supposed to give away the
yeah,
surprise.
for everybody, yeah. Did you have any questions on the assessor's budget?
Not questions so much, just a comment. I noticed we're spending, or we're budgeting, requested budgeting 4,500. What did I happen to be honor and privilege of serving the town?
Who's
For salaries, assessors salaries?
oh,
I thought that was a volunteer board.
You thought wrong.
Never has been.
I first got on in 1981, the salaries were about the same.
Sorry, I'm being painted.
Dee?
You know, it was interesting hearing Bob say and hearing Jim and Benty speak about not necessarily charging the town. And I think the honor and privilege of serving the town is certainly there, and if people can afford to do it, that's great. But we should, outside of necessarily this situation, I think we should provide for the opportunity that there may be folks who can't just donate their time. So I just wanna lay that out there, and it sounds like the assessors board may have historically been one, that it wasn't just the honor and privilege of getting the door closed in your face, but, you know, I at least wanna lay that out there that,
Yeah, I will say, you know, I understand that it's just simply that if anybody who's a volunteer in this town actually tallied their hours and their salary or worth per hour, town would go broke in a heartbeat. You know, the town works on volunteers, and I understand that this stipend or salary is fairly minimal, but it adds up. You know, a few thousand here, a few thousand there. And, you know, we obviously can't afford to pay people what they're worth. I'm just wondering why it's a line item at all.
That'd be something that we can look at and
Yep.
gain a greater understanding of how and why some boards and committees are compensated and some aren't, like the planning board isn't compensated. And there's, you know, a lot of hours that go into that as well. So I don't know, like how it's justified but it's definitely an interesting
It's a
question.
I think the
Consideration.
reality,
Mhm.
compared to the total, you're chasing pennies.
Yeah.
No, I know, but I'm talking equity now. So we have 9 members of the planning board which aren't compensated.
we
No, I
get
understand.
big CU dollars.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
it's just, yeah, looking at the whole picture.
You should take away the stipends for all boards.
Mhm.
That's a consideration.
How many boards are stipend?
I don't know.
Two.
Just two?
How's it just,
Oh, there's more. Trustees of trust funds have a stipend. Supervisors of checklist have stipends.
Oh, yeah.
And ballot clerks get paid, okay?
mm-hmm,
They get paid hourly, but, you know, when they do an election, if they're appointed.
Your emergency services, but I don't know if that's considered a.
The emergency management director has a stipend,
That's kind of.
We have stipends.
yeah.
you have stipends,
There's a bunch.
Fire department?
yeah.
Fire department gets, we do a lot
Yeah,
that
I
way.
mean, there's a lot of.
But they're
stipends
really,
out
them
there.
stipends are a token,
They're just an
They're
acknowledgement.
not-
yeah, an acknowledgement.
Your paid on call fire department puts in a lot of time without getting paid. And I'm not sure, I can't remember how they do it here, but some places you get paid for training, but you don't get paid for going to a fire, or you get paid for going to fires, but you have to go to training, and the training you don't get paid for, things like that. So I mean, it's a very complex subject.
Yeah.
And it's highly charged as well.
Yeah, it would be. You might lose a lot of people.
Yep.
Yeah.
Understood.
Oh, that's why I wasn't, I'm not looking at taking them away, but just maybe looking at the few that don't get the stipends. That would be something that we look at, like, and who could make that decision, or do we put it in, like, on the warrant? Like, how is it established that someone gets a stipend? Just like the select board, how did that get established?
We just have a meeting one night and at 11:30 at night, we say, hey, let's have
If you
stipends.
go
Yeah, that's
back,
right.
if you go back and you look at the history of this town, and in towns just like it, everybody in town government got a stipend. The tax collector got paid on a percentage.
Yep.
Okay, like doing piecework, and they would go out and search out people who had paid their taxes, okay? Selectmen have been getting paid since probably day one, the town clerk, the treasurer.
Seems like I remember voting on stipends for something.
Yeah.
Did we, is that how it's typically done on the warrant? Like,
Well, I know the individual departments, like an actual town department, like, we can propose a stipend increase for a
Right, but to
position,
create
and then
a
it's on the
stipend.
budget, yeah.
I mean, in the budget we just
Stipend
gave you,
position.
we weren't proposing any real change, we just wanted to make it, we went up $31 to make it an even number, that's all,
Mm-hmm,
divisible by 3.
okay,
That's all we were doing, we weren't trying to say that there should be more money given out or anything like that. And you already covered this when Venti was in here with the trustees, when he explained that it was like $975, but only $325 was spent. That's because 2 people decided not to
yeah,
take the stipend.
alright, I think we're prepared to move on. Thank you, Gene and Jim.
Do we wanna have any further discussion on tax maps?
Which side, are we talking about the new ones or the update?
Well, altogether, like, just to get a greater understanding of GIS, an update, how it works with the assessor's maps, because I have when I speak to some people, it sounds like there's 3 different sets of maps and 5 different issues, but I'm just trying to understand the bigger picture of, so you're talking about a GIS system overhaul, or is that all just brand new?
Well, let me say this first of all, the Board of Assessors doesn't really use the tax maps per se, they've told me that a number of times. They use the taxing records they have, but the tax maps are a service to the people and to the other departments, is that correct, Jim?
We use the tax maps. If the tax maps become part of a resource, they are,
But they're not a taxing document, they don't determine how much tax anybody pays in the property.
no, but they should have on it, they have an element on it that becomes part of the record card, which would be the land area in question, that frontages and things like that.
Okay.
That could go into it.
Could go into it, but primarily you don't do much work with that, you're primarily assessing, right?
The there's more time spent assessing, but the tax maps are an important component. Otherwise, they wouldn't be labeled tax maps.
They're important because other departments wanna use it, like the Conservation Commission.
We're not opposed to other departments using them. We're in favor of sharing them.
Okay, so the base is the one set of tax maps from what we're working, like what
Yes.
we're working from.
Absolutely.
Okay,
Yeah.
alright. And what, the
plan-
overlays that we have were created, like you created those?
The overlays that we currently have, I created, that's correct.
Okay,
Or the Conservation Commission created.
yeah,
Alright.
okay.
We're happy with those right now. We would love to move those to CAI. Just like the tax maps went to CAI, okay? But we don't see it worthwhile doing that until tax maps are corrected.
So when you say moving those over, you're speaking just of the overlays?
We have about 100 overlays, that's correct.
Okay, alright,
And we'd like to move those to CAI at some point when the tax maps are corrected.
okay.
Like I just interject. Yes, I agree that when the tax maps are corrected, and we use the term spatially on them, we don't have people's front lawn going halfway across the road and
Right,
stuff
that's
like that. Okay, so we can agree on that. But they could be moved over at any time while the maps are being created.
Oh, they have already been moved over. You've already moved the tax maps over,
To CAI.
yes.
But we took them from the Regional Planning Commission, so we're still doing the same thing. Okay, they took our data and they're using it
Yes,
to give us a tax map, okay?
yes.
So we didn't ask them to overhaul the data.
No.
But what I'm getting at is, when we have the map, a map online, and it will come with a lot of other overlays that come from other sources. Okay, a good number of them.
100, yes.
Okay? There's nothing to stop the Conservation Commission from having their overlays converted so that they would also be available on that. The only problem is the map for the lot might be a little bit off in relation to the overlay that's being used.
Well, it could be a little bit off, or it could be a lot off.
Well, yeah, I get that.
Okay, okay. I see no advantage in spending a lot, and it's gonna take a lot of money and man years to get the layers I have up to CAI. It's not gonna be a trivial task. And I see no point in doing that until we get the maps corrected, because we don't buy ourselves anything. All we do is add to our cost, but it's gonna cost us money to have those
We're
layers.
not opposed to having the maps corrected.
Are they going to be corrected with this
No,
proposed budget?
no,
Wait,
That's not it.
no.
we have a lot of people with a lot of different levels of knowledge here, and things are getting confusing.
Yes, yep.
Get very-
You can say that.
That's why we're all in the same room, trying to figure this out.
Thank you, Bob.
Let me try to clarify this. The tax maps that you currently are working with in the town have been moved up to CAI in Littleton, New Hampshire, okay? On a server someplace up there. And those are gonna be accessible, right, Jim? Online. You can make queries and see what the.
Right.
Okay, that's all gonna be accessible. In addition to that, you have hundreds of other layers, and queries of other layers. You have conservation, you have steep slopes, you have streams, you have ponds, you have endangered species, on and on and on and on, okay? Takes a lot of work to put those on a computer. It's gonna take a couple years to deal with that at CAI, and it's gonna cost money. It's not gonna be cheap, okay? We wanna do that 3 years down the road, after the tax maps are up and running, they're all corrected and so forth. We don't wanna spend money when we don't know if this is gonna correct our problem.
So what's the issue here?
The,
The issue is, we have currently have inaccurate tax maps. We need to get those tax maps corrected, for accuracy, location,
Understood,
and
I
dimension.
understand that. So the issue is
And
who's
the,
gonna pay for it?
the issue is getting the current maps updated to something that can be used to do those overlays. Did I say that right, Bob?
Yes, yes.
And
Now,
that's
our-
gonna
our
cost
ta-
money.
Yeah, but our tax maps are probably, have a similar error to many other towns, because many other towns digitized paper maps that were done by one surveyor in town a long time ago. And it is what it is, okay?
Yep.
And there is a technology out there, okay, to make these things extremely accurate. I mean, the technology's there. We're not opposed to it, okay? The question is, did we budget for it? No, we didn't budget for it, because from a taxing point of view, we might not quite need that accuracy. There's other ways of solving discrepancies.
Should the town have budgeted for it, Jim?
Huh?
Should the town as a whole have budgeted for that?
Oh, I think, this is my personal opinion as the chairman of the Board of Assessors, okay? Is that I think if it's going to be done, I think it should be budgeted and it should be part of an appropriation and a plan, okay? The question I have is, and I personally would vote for it, but the question I have is, how do you sell it?
It's hard. People don't realize the value.
But haven't we had an article on the town thing for
Yes, we have.
years now?
Well, we have.
And nobody has ever,
Well, but I would say that we have never really, A, had the support of the selectmen, and B,
No, we
and B, we've never
And you
really
think we're
had a
going to
good
this
selling
time?
point. Huh?
and you think we're going to this time?
I think we will. I do.
Well, I'd ask
Hey.
them
I'm
first.
optimistic. I'm optimistic.
I think we took a vote about 2-3 weeks ago to say, yes, we did support this,
Mhm.
initiative.
I think it's a question of the best way to do it.
But the problem is selling it to the town residents.
Well,
such
and
that they
figuring
will
out
support it.
the best way to do it. It sounds like the different boards have a little bit of differing opinions on how to approach it, and I don't think us three have a clue.
Yeah.
I don't think the, Jay, I don't
Oh,
think the
Bert
three
does.
boards misunderstand it, or disagree. I think we're all in harmony. I think we know where we wanna go. That's just a question of how are we going to fund it?
Hmm.
And now, I've asked Jim if he could get a quote from CAI so we know what the
I
figure was.
did,
How much was it?
about 195 plus if you wanted the flyovers,
Yeah.
low-level flyovers, it would cost you a few grand more. You're talking a range of 200,000.
Now, I'm talking about the Chevette.
Oh, the Chevette. Well, I don't have a Chevette, but I can get
Well, that's what we want the price on, Jim. That's the one we wanna pay for.
one. Okay.
Yeah, I think what we're
The
getting at.
Chevette was around 45 grand.
That's what I thought.
What we're getting at here is, let's fix our base maps so they are absolutely correct, and then add on those additional features that we deem necessary.
Well, yeah, if you just home in on one thing you said, you say absolutely correct, okay? No, they're not gonna be absolutely correct if we buy the Chevette.
No,
They'll be more correct than they are now, but, I mean, the absolute was, there'd be silhouettes of each building on the map within 6 inches
Yep.
on the ground. The assessors don't need that accuracy for
Nobody does.
taxation. No,
Nobody
we
does.
don't need it.
don't need it.
And I don't think you need it either, as long as it gets, we're getting close, we know we have a problem here, let's go look at it.
Yep.
Yep.
Now, there's one thing I would like regarding tax maps, and that's that, as Jim pointed out, the year ends on March 31st, and then April 1st, they collect all the paperwork and they send in the taxes, okay? Well, the Conservation Commission never has in its possession a GIS layer of what the subdivision's gonna look like, so we can't overlay wetlands, we can't overlay a habitat and so on and so forth, because the planning board right now deals with a hard copy map with about 6 layers on it, okay? Now, the people who provide that map have the tax parcel layer as a separate layer, and they could provide that to the town as part of the service, and then we, Conservation Commission, would be able to look at the overlays on top of the proposed subdivision. That's what's gonna help us a lot. Otherwise, we're missing a big piece of the pie.
Bob, if I might, the planning board voted some years ago to accept PDFs along with the paper copies.
PDFs are no good.
They're a starting point.
No, well, but they're no good for mapping GIS.
So what you're looking really for is a CAD,
Shapefile.
a CAD file or shapefile.
Sure,
What is it?
the shapefile.
So, I mean, we could certainly, if they're already, if that information is integrated into the
It is.
the infrastructure that they're building these maps from,
Yep.
asking for it shouldn't be that big of a deal, and it will come from them, which means I don't have to hear how inaccurate everything is on GIS, which I hold my nose and, you know, so that would be very, I think we've made adjustments of, like, every 3 to 5 years, we're making adjustments about what is required for a submission, and I think I didn't realize that was part of their packages. And if it's part of their packages, then it really it would help us, like, we asked for steep slopes already, and the things don't always match, but, okay, thank you, that's helpful. I'll see if I can work on that with the
Not
planning
only
board.
that, but once you get that layer from them, that same layer can be sent to CAI.
Okay, let me work on that on our end, so we can, I know it wasn't the topic of discussion.
No,
but this is
it
helpful.
is, like, this is the point, was to have everybody in the same room to
This
kinda
is-
see how we can work
this is
together
great.
to do some of this. So like the bigger issue is that initial layer of when you like go from the geographical, like looking at from the sky, and then you put those yellow lines on, and they're all off, right? The property
They're
lines?
not- It's called, they're not geo-referenced, they are not referenced to a physical point on the globe. They're kind of floating around because they were hand-drawn.
They're John Preston's old tax maps.
Oh, yeah, but also it's a process.
That's what they are.
And that tells you a lot.
He
So-
did a good job.
And what I don't understand is how come it just can't be shifted?
Cause
Because
it's not
they're all off by-
proportional. You shift it this way, now you messed it up over
John,
here.
they're all off by different amounts.
Oh, so each
When they're
lot
put in,
is,
some are not the right size, some are the wrong shapes,
Right.
and that type of thing.
so when we're talking about the subdivisions and the information that we can gain from them, would be that would update those areas to be,
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Those are on-the-ground surveys. They
Yeah.
are measured, and therefore, they are mathematically reproducible.
And they can be fitted into the existing map, which,
Except, when you squeeze them into the existing mosaic of parcels, because all the others are off, they twist and
you know,
shape
they
these.
squirm around a little bit,
And
yeah.
that would explain our plans and our as-bills. We've got roads that aren't where they were originally planned, we've got another one coming up, so those as-bills become actually as important that when we get it redone, we get the as-bills with the multiple layers as
For
well.
sure.
so then we can correct those things.
I-
Cause I think that's the issue that on Kennebec was the actual ground measurements differ from the plans of 20 years ago, because those were just,
Smushy.
yeah,
So what we
gotcha.
gather up from the Board of Assessors on March 31st has gotta be what's really there, okay?
Sure.
We would want the as-built,
Sure.
okay?
Sure.
And,
Would there be a problem? We may only have the plans, so let's say a subdivision takes 3 years, right? We would have the plans that we could give to you the first year, but then the as-bills, would those also qualify to adjust things afterwards? Is that how they would work?
Sure, because the
Yeah, it would
road
be
could be
something
laid out
like, yeah.
eccentrically,
well,
or there could be lot line adjustments, or all sorts of things.
I just wanna make sure we're feeding the right information.
but what Bob's saying is that the Conservation Commission wants to monitor the,
The natural resources.
yeah, what you're getting for a subdivision application, and they want to monitor that.
And I'm good
Okay.
with that, cause I got one for him tonight.
Before it's approved.
So that, and that's fine, but we're out of the picture on that.
Right.
We don't need to be,
Absolutely.
okay?
Absolutely.
We encourage it, but we're, you know, we're out of the picture.
So Jim, here's how I think we ought to leave it. You ought to try to get a price for the entry-level fixing of the maps, okay?
I'll get a 66 Chevette.
Okay.
price.
Standard, cheaper.
Oh, by definitely standard, yes.
So you get that, and you think we can at least get a contract signed with them before the end of the year? Well, you don't pay for it up front. You pay for it when it's ready,
If you can't sign a
Yeah, but
contract
you have to
unless you
have the
have
money
the
for it
authority.
when it's ready.
huh?
You have to have the money
Well,
for it when it's ready.
Once the Conservation Commission sees the demo, or what it's gonna cost, I should say, then we can pay for it in October 2022
How can you pay for it?
out of our current conservation fund.
That was gonna be my question.
Mhm.
Is that, a legal use,
Yes, it
first
is.
of all, of,
Yes, it is.
that's all current use
Yep.
tax, basically, current use
Well,
tax.
no, most of it's current use, but Conservation Commission has exclusive control over it. We went and got an opinion from an attorney, independent attorney. He came back and said, you're right on, no problem. He said, you can spend that money the way you want. And that's the way it is.
We have two opinions, okay? We
Who
have,
has two opinions?
we have an opinion, or that we know of. One is that Conservation Commission can spend the money on maps.
Yes,
We all agree on that.
yes.
We also have an opinion that in this particular fiscal year, because it appeared on the ballot, it's a doctrine of no means no.
Irrelevant.
You don't have a legal opinion that it's irrelevant.
I'm telling you that's irrelevant, okay? I can get an opinion on that, because I've spoken to the guy. If you want a written opinion, I can get a written opinion. But
Well,
he's.
I think we
it's-
need a written
it-
opinion,
it-
cause we
it's
have a
only-
written opinion that no means no.
It doesn't say you can't do it, it just says in this fiscal year.
Mhm.
Okay. The problem we have here, and I've been going over it, I'm getting sick of talking about it because it's so obvious, but we're still talking about it. When the warrant article was put together, warrant article 14 last year, one of the purposes of the warrant article was to transfer $72,250 from the conservation fund to be used to update maps, correct maps. That was the warrant article, okay? That's illegal because 36:A5 says that you can not have a warrant article whose purpose or purposes is against state law. And that's against state law. The warrant article is invalid. It's illegally flawed. It
Oh.
should never have been on the ballot.
Okay,
But having said that, we're not gonna pay for it until 2022. So it's not gonna be in the current fiscal year anyway. So what's the point?
let me come back to something. The
Sure.
warrant article was checked by the Department of Revenue, and they told me that they have approved other warrant articles in the past that had appropriations from conservation.
So they made the same mistake over and over.
No, I'm telling you what the Department of
Well, I'm
Revenue.
telling you they can't.
And that's number one. And number two, even if the article was not
Flawed.
correct,
It was legally flawed.
okay, it still had to appear on the ballot because it was a petition article.
But it wouldn't have been binding.
So my question then is, if this had to wait until the next fiscal year, what would stop the Conservation Commission from just doing this and not telling anyone? If it's
Well,
a
because-
legal use of the funds, which I don't really have an issue with, that you guys are aboard, and if it's legal and you wanna do it,
Well, I don't think it's a problem. I think we're creating a problem here because this project's gonna take at least a year, if not more. And since the magic date is March 31st, 2021, it's gonna be long past that. We're not gonna be spending the money until 2022 or 2023. So it's not in the same fiscal year.
so if we, or say the board, I don't know, do we authorize the Board of Assessors to get the Chevette? Right, we have to show we have
Well,
money for it.
Jim's just getting the price for.
No, I'm
Conservation
saying,
Commission,
if
yeah.
we go this path, so we say, yeah, let's authorize it, cause we know the Conservation Commission's actually gonna pay for it. Of course, we have to budget for it, we can't just say, yeah, go for that, and
Why do you
even
have
though
to
we don't.
budget? Why do you have to budget for it?
No, there's no budgetary requirement. They
There
have the
wouldn't be.
funds. The funds do
No,
not
no,
show
but
up.
we're doing it through the Board of Assessors to get this base Chevette in there. But the Conservation Commission is saying they'll pay for it.
No,
Is
no,
that-
no,
am I
stop,
not
stop,
understanding?
CAI is gonna send the bill to the Conservation Commission.
Stop.
We approve it.
Jason, the assessors are not spending money to update the tax maps. The conservation is. This has nothing to do with the assessors. It has nothing to do with our budgeting process. This is conservation money that they are going to obligate or contract services for sometime in the next 6 months or so, and then be able to spend the money after the 31st of March 2022. The money does not come out of our budget, does not come out of the general funds. It is conservation funds, period. They spend it as they see fit.
So
It
I
doesn't,
just heard Mr. Boynton ask Mr. Coffey, can you get a price for that?
that's correct.
And
He's
so
working
that's where
through-
I'm saying these boards,
He's working through Mr. Coffey as town administrator, but Mr. Coffey is not going to be obligating the funds the Conservation Commission is.
so then what do we have anything to say about this
We
as
don't.
selectmen?
We don't.
We're just making sure all the heads are
We-
facing
the
the
only
same.
This is a get together for
No,
you
the-
guys,
the
so I
only
should
thing
keep
we
my
are-
mouth shut, I'm sorry I said
The
anything.
only thing we are
No.
doing is
Good.
making sure that the i's dotted, t's are crossed, and everything is copacetic in accordance to the RSA's.
I
I
see.
should be able to have the Chevette, detailed, clean, and shined within 2 weeks.
God bless you.
We won't take ownership until after March, but.
Who's filling the gas
The gas?
tank? The conservation.
No,
Why not?
no,
Leave that money in my budget, Sean, I gotta
no,
need
no,
it for
no.
gas.
We took out the motor and put electric motor in, and we got a couple of
Panels.
All right,
AAA batteries.
John, the horse died. Let's
Okay.
move on.
D,
Go Sox.
did you have any questions, input, or anything?
I'm good.
Good.
Seems like we're in alignment.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for having the discussion, and I think there's been some small steps towards
Thank you.
working together, yeah,
Helpful.
cool.
Bob, can you hang for a minute?
Can we move on?
Yep, CBA budget.
Okay, now the next section. I have a bunch of budgets which, I mean, if you wanna come back to them, but I wanna start loading this stuff into the state portal, so.
All right.
And I got a lot more stuff loaded in the accounting system, but, there will be people coming in to talk about them. The first one I have in this is legal, do you find that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Well,
Good night.
Good night, Jeannie.
what I'm looking at is, we've been budgeting 45,000 for legal. And for the most part, this is the collector account. There's a bunch of dollars scattered around, $1 accounts, I think. And it seems to me that, in 2020, we spent $59,097 with a $45,000 budget. That didn't look too good. But I'm an optimist, and I look at 2021, and I see no reason why we should spend $45,000. We've only spent $83.50. And we have nothing in the hopper that's gonna cause us some huge grief.
Yeah.
We may be putting an end tonight to, hopefully, the Better Homes and Garden project on 11 Temple Street.
Just to be clear on this, I was sitting on the board at the time this $45,000 figure was arrived at, and we were in the middle of multiple litigations at the time, and we were guesstimating as to what it would cost, and obviously we went over. But we, at the time, had a $25,000 legal budget in 2019, and said, we are facing all these legal problems, we need to beef it up considerably, so we almost doubled it at the time. If Jim tells us that we're not facing the same amount of lawsuits, I think, he's right, we can reduce it. But at the time, we knew we had a disaster.
On my part, it's the best guess, but I don't see anything on the
Yeah.
horizon that we should be.
Yeah, I mean, were all those suits settled and stuff? I mean, I know we have a couple small suits pending, and we've been,
We got some nuisance items.
yeah, exactly, and we have, you know, I'm gonna say, you know, I'm not sure if all those previous suits with the electric company or PSNH were settled.
They were,
telephone.
but of course PSNH came up with a new one,
Right,
but it's small. It's
okay.
small, and we're in with a whole host of towns, we're paying small
Yeah.
amounts.
When can this whole host of towns go on the offense and start suing them first?
We wish we could.
This sounds like it's like a business
They have-
practice for them.
Yeah.
It is.
They just, I agree, just keep suing the towns.
Somebody's got a brother-in-law that must work for a law firm or something.
Yeah, but they're winning.
That's
Yeah.
crazy.
And the other
We
thing.
settled, we had to pay, so it's not, you know,
The other thing that the board needs to remember in this number that we pick for our legal is that we also support all the other boards. So if
That's
the
right.
planning board has a lawsuit, that number is included in this. If the zoning board has a lawsuit back and forth, that number is included.
I didn't wanna get too aggressive with this, but I thought, in looking at the current trend, it was ridiculous to leave 45,000.
Yeah, well, when I first got on the planning board, it was the land of litigation.
Yeah, we can avoid that.
So if we can avoid it, I'm all for it, but, I think 30,000 is a very reasonable number. In 2019, it was 25,000.
And again, you're not making a final decision.
yeah.
Okay. The next one, you can't do anything about it, except $1, okay? The next one is, okay, this is, debt schedule.
Yeah.
The top line is municipal landfill, it's called revocable, I don't know why they put that there, but anyway, it's a landfill.
Yep.
And its grant proceeds are under revenue and are $7,749 for 2022, final payment in 2024. So I put a little note there, so you will see the detail on it. When does the bloody thing end, and how much do I get in grant money? The interest is just below it. And I put under interest on tax anticipation note, that would be if some bizarre thing happened that we had to borrow, which I can't imagine, okay?
Well, we were faced with possibly having to do that when we heard there was gonna be a shortfall in the school budget.
Yeah, but we're fine,
We're fine.
okay.
Okay,
So, I
can we
put a
just
buck in
pause
there.
for 1 second?
Yeah.
Alan, did you
I
have
had a
some?
question about the legal, if you wanted, or you wanna finish this.
No, we can, so we don't move on too far. What was your question?
Well, are you intending on putting $1 in each of the different departments?
Yes.
As opposed to last year, which doesn't have anything, or the planning board, which actually had a zero amount, and therefore shouldn't have been able to
We gotta-
spend
we gotta-
$793?
Well, we need to make sure we have a
No
dollar.
means no,
Huh?
no means no.
No, there shouldn't have been.
That's not a no means no.
No, they're covered, this is, the legal fees or legal amount is like blanket for the town. It covers all the departments in
Excuse me,
total.
before you finish that, I have a letter from the Board of Selectmen saying that it does not.
Okay,
If you do not have the money in your budget, you have a zero balance, you cannot expend legal funds. And I have a letter from the Board of Selectmen saying that. David Lage, John Visa, and Jay Hopkins.
Well,
But
That's
is
why
that
I'm
legal?
asking how
I
you
would
go
take
about doing
issue,
it.
I would take issue with that.
I took issue with the letter, yes,
Oh, so we both take issue with the letter.
because it's wrong, because I
Then
have.
what are we arguing
I
about?
have, well, I'm asking how you're doing it, because I want that money back. I submitted a bill for $1,000 on a department, and it was rejected by those 3 selectmen because I had $0 in my legal budget. But nobody has any money in the legal budget at all.
yeah,
And I was understanding at the
Okay.
time that it was a slush fund, like you said. If you get a bill, it goes to there, except for places like planning and zoning, which have a lot of bills.
No, I've been involved with other communities where there was one legal account for the whole town, and that's where it was. The only reason to plant something out in another department would be if the planning board, for example, or the ZBA has
An
problems
expected loss.
ongoing, it allows you to track it, okay? You'll overrun that budget, but it'll come back, but that doesn't mean you can't do it, so
So then I should resubmit my legal bill to
I
the
have no
town?
idea what that was about.
The town is for legal services for the budget
I
committee.
would defer to the board of selectmen I work for, I'm interim, they're not.
You want me to resubmit it to the board of selectmen?
Yeah, I'd like to look at it. I mean, at least we can, examine it and see if it was done properly.
How old is
Yeah.
it? Did the statute of limitations occur?
I'm not worried about statute of limitations because
kidding.
the last member just resigned this year
Um,
that rejected it.
so it's a couple of years old.
Okay,
Probably 3.
all right, can we move on?
Yeah, we can look at it, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
That'd be great.
Okay, so we're all set on a debt schedule, and in subsequent pages, there's a schedule of bonded debt. Don't pay attention to the highlighter item, that was on the template account. And then there's 2 pages that give you that information. The next page, and this is subject to a lot of discussion as time goes on. But I did put in, the warrant article for capital reserve. And I only gave you an explanation for one because there's only one I know about. I don't know if you wanna change or if the departments are gonna have different requests. But it's in the book and it can be adapted as the departments come in.
Yeah,
You
and that's,
basically got the DPW, the fire department, and the police, okay? And all I'm saying is that the only other one in there is the one for revaluation, and I just showed that one, and I gave you a note under it. So this is not a decision point here.
Yeah. Well, I'm not sure about police. I know DPW is going to be hurting in the next couple of years if we project things out. I don't know too much about Parks and Recreation. Sean, that's more your bailiwick.
well, the problem with a lot of this money has been locked up for so long that and not allowed to go out, with a few exceptions. Like cruisers seem to be an easy yes. The fire department has to like pull and punch and push a little bit to get their money out of it. And then as far as Parks and Rec and pool goes, the money goes in and it historically hasn't been allowed to be used on anything.
Well,
So I don't know,
I
it's
saw
like,
that,
yeah, so it's kind of, it leads me to wonder what the point to some of it is, or do we let them, start utilizing the money?
Well, there's an article, not article, there's a position to be also looked at on capital reserve. Capital reserve was very popular during the Carter era when you were getting 16, 17, 18% interest, okay, when everything was going crazy. But should I, as I approach 82, be having my tax dollars go for a fire truck to be bought in 15 years from now? Or should the people 15 years from now pay for the fire truck, okay? That's the philosophy, that's the other side of the coin,
Yeah,
okay? And I'm not espousing any position on it, I mean, that's the thought process that people have. If you're putting money in here and you can't get it out, what good is it?
yeah.
I don't know.
Well, I know that
the details of
we've started to utilize, some of the funds for the different reserve accounts, but that's what, like the capital improvements plan, that's what should be driving this. right?
I agree, totally.
Yeah, and it hasn't been for a long time, so it's kinda hard to look at this
Yeah.
set of numbers without getting the input from the different departments.
I
and-
wasn't looking for you to look at, I
Yeah.
just was, I
No.
was bringing this up as something to look at as we talk to the department.
Okay,
Well, it'd also be nice to know how much is currently in there, cause isn't this a, ongoing fund, or doesn't this fund accumulate?
A lot of them do, yeah.
This is where the big money is.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm just saying, these funds, we have them, but it'd be nice to know how much is currently in this
But I
particular.
think it's broke.
yeah, it's in the
It's
report,
broken
Oh,
down
it's-
pretty
it's
well.
done
I
well
asked
before.
this question earlier.
The December 31st number is there.
yeah,
Okay,
But what we'll do is, we'll keep this,
yeah,
okay, and I can keep, if the article's been written,
mhm,
all I gotta do is just keep updating the article.
yeah,
Just cut and paste here, okay? And so as these groups come in, I think it's, and I'll make sure that they know we're gonna talk about this.
okay,
And that's article.
And the next one's the highway block grant. Okay. We have developed a habit of putting it in as an article, so why not, okay? The only thing is, I can't tell you the exact amount, because it's not known yet of what you're gonna collect in our fiscal year 2022.
and now the warrant article is to accept the money, right? Or just to,
You wanna know what the warrant article's for?
I don't remember, yeah,
Cause I used to, when I was a selectman, I used to have arguments over this. You can take the money as revenue and then just put in the budget, the highway department budget. But by making it special, okay, you lower the budget. And you put this off into something else that looks like it zeroes itself out, which it does.
mhm,
So even though I disagree with when they started doing this, I agree with leaving it there.
yeah, what it does is it
It's
allows,
habit.
it allows us to keep the apparent number in the budget a little bit lower.
Does it really though?
No,
That number, and this is what Sean brought up when I first sat behind that chair, he's like, I want to see zero-based budgeting. And when you have all these shadowy places where money is put to give the appearance of a nice budget, that's, I don't think our intention, is it?
no,
no,
Is that one of these things?
that is kind of one of those things.
So that,
But you know what, it's still out there in the open. What it's saying is, you're voting to expend the money that comes from the state for the support and maintenance of your roads,
Right.
okay? And then you have, in the budget, you have items, that do the same thing.
Right. We have another $600,000 in roads,
And then you have, it's
them
right,
are the other,
yeah, the other things, and I think we broke it down to what, three
Two.
warrant articles?
Two warrant articles.
Two warrant articles,
okay?
to do the roads, and, people are fond of roads here in town.
right, but when I look at what we're doing now, and never mind, I don't wanna go down that
Okay.
rabbit hole right now.
You wanna go down that road?
No, let's stick to what.
That's
Yeah.
Saturday morning
Sorry.
argument.
yeah, right, over donuts.
Okay, so anyway,
Much more amiable over a donut.
this is my best guess at what the highway block grant is gonna be. And it, in reality, it is whatever the grant is,
Mhm,
So
okay?
that we did 150,000 and we received 107. That's the way it works. So we authorized the expenditure of 150,000 through the block grant. Or is this just
No.
today
No,
and we're setting?
we've expended 107, we've authorized 150.
How much did we get from the state? Did they give us 150?
Not exactly. I mean, I can look it
We're
up.
pretty close.
But we're within a few pesos, yeah,
Oh,
okay. But I don't know what it's looking like for 2022.
Yeah.
Because the state, when they give it to us, is on a July 1 to June 30th fiscal year. We're on a January 1 to December 31st. So I don't know what the last two payments of next year are gonna be, but I can look up the first two payments
Yeah,
for 2022.
and
So
they
it
get, and
gets
they
wacko.
send you an estimate of what you're
They
gonna
do.
get, yeah.
So we
yeah.
get an idea.
They send an estimate, but, and that's where I'm picking this thing off, for what I see coming.
But I don't quite, cause even like going back to the $2,400 in postage for the planning board, where it hasn't been budgeted for before, now they're increasing their budget, we're gonna take in more tax dollars from people to be expended, but then we're taking in fees from another place, and then it just gets dumped into the general fund,
But
or
that's-
the fund balance. So, and this is like getting to the greater point of returning money back to taxpayers and getting into that habit, cause we do have revenues that come in from some of these things that we have to budget for. But we have to start doing that, like, and not be afraid of, you know, reducing the tax rate one year and then having it go up a little bit the next year. But after we explain it year after year after year of why this is happening, it's because we're returning the over budgeted money from the prior year in this, you know, cycle, and there may not, as we tighten budgets, there's not gonna be as much extra going on, yeah, yeah.
What you're saying is true. If when you look at just the expenses, you're gonna raise a little more in taxes because we're not putting revenue against an expense account for postage or something. So you look like you're gonna be raising taxes. But when you set the tax rate,
This is something that
you
we
got the
actually,
ability to fix all this as you do it.
the selectmen actually get to pick the number, huh?
Yeah.
I
Well, I said
didn't get the
15.
opportunity, like, none of us got the opportunity to be a part of the conversation last year.
How does
was
that
my-
work? Cause I heard
But you will
Benty
always-
say
But we
that
will.
when
This
you
year you'll-
selectmen
This
set
year
the
you'll all be
tax.
part of the
Mhm.
conversation,
Oh.
okay?
But I think if you do that, you'll find out a lot of the departments won't over budget. Cause they're like, well, if we don't use it, it's coming back to taxpayers anyway, right? You're saying over time?
Yeah, and that's the idea, is to have the departments understand that, right, most of the people live in this town, and all you are is increasing costs on yourself.
Yeah.
Really, and that's been the process for the last however long, to keep it creeping up when it doesn't need to creep up.
Well, it's also
1767
whacked it
goes
down
up.
too,
Well,
kinda like a whack-a-mole thing, but there's two ways of approaching this, and we're pretty naive here, we think, let's work together, we're all living in this town.
Right.
The other way is confrontational, and both of them have worked to whatever degree. Right, you can go full-on enemies and hash it out, and that's what you end up with, and it's gonna probably be okay for the taxpayer, or hopefully, working together, it can actually be better, but we'll see.
Yeah.
There might be,
Well,
might
it
not
should-
be
yeah.
such a.
just keep in mind though, that we've talked about some large capital improvement projects, you know, such as a new police station somewhere down the road. And almost all the plans that I've seen for a new police station, new safety complex, new fire station, involve using some of the money out of the general funds, approved of course by the taxpayers. So increasing your general fund incrementally over the next few years is not necessarily a bad idea.
Well, unless, like, right now, I feel like that has been done despite the taxpayers saying, no, we don't want this facility, like, repeatedly voting it down.
I
And then,
understand
in the
that.
background, money just keeps getting shuffled into this account, shuffled into this account.
Well, I think, I agree with you.
Mhm.
And the tax, you got this money piling up in the general fund with the thought that we can then take a big chunk of it and make a bond issue look small and we can do some project, okay? I mean, to me, it doesn't matter if the project's great, good, bad, or what. If we wanna save money for something, we should create a capital reserve
Correct.
and put the money there and have a purpose.
A plan.
Because
I-
then we're taking money from the people, we're putting it in a tin box, and it's their money, and they know what we're gonna do with it.
And I tried that, and, you know, it got blown away just about as
We
bad
had a
as
few
everything
extras
else.
with it, I mean,
Yeah.
yeah, it was
What's that?
pretty convoluted, I mean, yes, you tried that, but I mean,
Yeah,
but,
maybe it was a little too complicated for
Yeah.
the average taxpayer, but
but at the same time, what is fund balance good for? It is good for emergencies. When we had the ice storm, I was on the board, was chairman of the board of selectmen, so how are we gonna pay people for this? They're real simple. It was declared an emergency, we had fund balance, and we could use that fund balance
Mhm.
to pay the bills to the contractors who were clearing the debris off our roads and everything else. We could do that. So that, I mean, that may be a rainy day fund, but that's a disaster fund.
Yeah.
pretty much,
And so we have to have something there.
yeah.
That's what, Dee was referring to earlier when she's like, contingency.
Yeah, well, that's
What do you
what,
have for
You
contingency?
can't put a contingency fund in a budget.
right, you
No,
can't
no,
do
no, but
that.
this is essentially what she was asking.
That's what the general fund is,
Well, for
is
emergency
effectively our
purposes, is why
contingency
they,
fund.
they earmark
Yeah.
it for emergencies,
Yeah.
unless, like, what, you need like a supermajority to expend the money,
No.
like for something else?
No.
or-
Selectmen have to declare an emergency.
If we have an unanticipated expense, it doesn't have to be declared a state emergency or a county emergency, okay? If we
Yeah.
have some major unanticipated expense that we couldn't possibly foresee, like a court order or some other crazy.
Peterborough's hacked, they took money out of their general fund.
They were not hacked, they
They
weren't
weren't.
hacked,
Well, whatever they were.
you keep using hacked, it
Anyway.
wasn't
That's
hacked.
probably the wrong term, you're
Bringing
right.
up the state of fear into this.
Anyway.
You're gonna be scared of that stuff.
No, I mean, all you need is permission from the Department of Revenue.
Yep.
You write a letter and you state, we got this horrible problem coming and we want permission to expend money. And we propose to take the money from our such and such fund balance
Hmm.
and it will not impact the tax rate setting for that year. That's all it's about.
So I can foresee that happening when you pull up with your '66 Chevette and we have a major overhaul we need to.
So, like, as a part of this conversation though, with the fund balance, I've asked a few times, and then we need to know what the cash value is, what the state recommendations are, like
You'll
the,
have-
like the
yeah.
breakdown of that.
I can get you that.
Yeah, and like as a board, decide if we want to create a threshold, like, and to see where we are in relationship with the state's suggested percentages, and come up with a plan for that as well, so that, you know, the taxpayers know. Right now, it's just this abyss that all the extra money goes into, and there's no want to give it back. And it just feels like
I
it's
mean,
just,
to some people, the general fund looks like a black hole that money just pours into,
Yeah.
okay? It's not, I mean, you got the MS 535, we gave you copies. That's a balance sheet. It'll tell you what's encumbered, what's not encumbered, and everything else. And then the only other thing to consider, that was for the beginning of the year, the only other thing to consider is to go to the tax collector and say, how much is owed us right now? Okay, do we have a big pile that's owed us, or is it small? I mean, you know, get some feel for it.
yeah,
Because you could have a huge fund balance, but half the town could not have paid their taxes. You know, it's all in accounts receivable.
that's why all I care about is that cash threshold, to establish that number, and then get in the habit of returning the money back. And I know you can't do it in the current year, so the money that we're gonna be looking at was the over budgeted money from 2020, returning it
Right.
in the 2022 vote. Right?
I know what you're saying, but
But
once
that's how it's
once
done.
I got a buck in my hand, I'm never giving it back.
No, it's gotta go back.
No, it doesn't.
What if it ain't yours?
I'm acting on behalf of the residents.
I said, what if it isn't yours?
It's theirs.
It's
And
theirs,
I'm
so-
holding it for them.
Oh.
Well, how many bucks do you have?
Possession is 9/10 of the law.
As many as I can get.
Jeez.
Now, one of the other things too is when you set the tax rate, is to try and project out a couple of years and try and keep the town tax rate level. Okay, I mean, you had said to me about level funding, and I come back and said something about level tax rate.
Mm-hmm.
Because, you know, other things are moving. What's the value of the property? Are people buying new cars and running in there and registering them and paying more money? This thing is like trying to grab a greased pig. It's not easy, cause you got all these
Look at all the new
cars.
houses in town.
Yeah, we got over $2 million in assessed value, what we went up this year.
Yeah.
And, I mean, you know, that's something.
Yep.
Yeah.
But of course, we got more people living in town, a lot more services. But even if we spend more, if we have good services and we can keep the tax rate level, then that's good.
But even like for those services, instead of having the whole base pay for the services and having the people that utilize the services pay for them, like on whatever requested services are, like the community center, like we had spoken with Shauna about through fees, and the people that utilize that service would fund it, and it wouldn't be through taxation.
Right. We become the organizer of the bank or something like that. And that works for a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
We go to the next one,
Yes, sir.
Bob? It's a real easy one. The auditor. He said he'd keep the price the same.
I don't think we can argue with that.
Hmm?
I don't think we can argue with that.
Okay.
And we'll utilize the audit.
Oh, we're gonna, he's gonna come down and he's gonna explain the audit, we're all gonna go through it, we're gonna make sense out of it, it'll be online for people
When
to
is
read.
this? Does he have a?
He has a target for late October.
Oh, coming
And
right up.
people come down here and what they have left to do is the testing. And by testing, I mean, they have a system of randomly selected transactions. So they'll drive Roger nuts. He'll be pulling bills out like crazy and they'll follow them all the way through the process
Mm-hmm.
to make sure that they were done right. And they'll be looking at other stuff.
And that they're legitimate.
Hmm?
And that they are legitimate expenses. Yep.
Okay, the next item here, and we don't need to dwell on it tonight, but, this is health. And there isn't much charge from 2021 because you didn't have a health officer. You do now. He's out inspecting mold,
Okay.
so.
Keep him away from building two.
So it basically, we're pretty much in the ballpark with prior years. And the next one, this is one I like, street lighting,
Yep.
okay?
So
Okay.
these seem to be working.
My projection is 7865, and let me tell you how I got there. I know you put in, or we put in, LED lighting,
Mm-hmm.
Looks like we saw.
so we're drawing less power, huh?
Looks like we saw quite a savings on that.
Yes.
And that the year's
Really
not
good one.
done, but
I
that's
wondered
pretty
why it wasn't done a few years back, but anyway, here we go.
Kudos
So
to the
far, we're
previous select.
$5,800. I took a look at the payments we made, how frequently they are, and what I typically do with something like this. These are recurring payments. And incidentally, they're not the same each month because it depends how much time you have darkness and light.
Mhm.
So you pay different amounts with your
Cloudy
electric.
mornings,
Yeah,
yeah.
so, I basically took this, extrapolated it out to 12 months. I've taken the number of months this represents, dividing it in, and then just multiplying it times 12, so that's what you got there.
Okay.
Blinkers, I have no idea why they never budgeted for blinkers, but I went and looked it up, and yes, we do get charged for blinkers. And so,
Are we talking the one over by the fire department? Or are we talking
that-
something?
There's one in the
We're
center of
talking
town.
about the ones that have electricity from
Oh,
every
right.
source.
Over the newest mall have one? or-
Yeah,
Okay.
and so,
So it's three, four.
on the blinkers, I was, in my own mind, I'm saying, is there an LED replacement for that? But I do know when they put LEDs in certain types of things into streetlights, in cold weather climates, it wound up with snow and ice packed on top of the thing, cause it wasn't warm enough and it froze and you couldn't see the light. So, anyway, I put that note in there,
Huh.
it says, we need to take a look at that this year,
Yeah.
but it's still a small item. I mean, and the next one I got here is, from Cary Traffic, this is, welfare, and she's asking for the same amount. If you get into, could you start tweaking this? Yes, you could. But do you want to? Because no matter what you budget, you have an obligation you have to pay, and then you have to find it from somewhere else.
Yeah.
And a couple of problem families could send you right over the edge.
Yeah, if I recall from 2019, basically this bottom line of 35,700, we have to pay, we are obligated to pay whatever that amount becomes.
Yeah.
So that money has to come out of the general fund, I believe, regardless of what we budget in there.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And just to comment on salary for our welfare administrator, I was part of the discussion for that salary, and she got like a $2,000 boost back in 2019.
your memory cells are working. That's what it was too, I think, yeah. And I made a note in here too, because she works for two other towns.
Yep.
And the salary she gets here for the amount of effort is commensurate with those
Yeah,
two
I
other
did.
towns, and those two other towns are much busier than here.
Yeah.
Which is good, we don't want her to be busy here.
Yeah. Alright.
And then I put the two articles in the back for rebuilding the roads. I do suggest when we write the articles, we take the road committee off. We can't have a road committee for each and every.
No, I mean, it should
I'd like
be
to back up to the
a
welfare
general.
department.
Sure.
Oh, excuse me.
If
Yeah.
you'll allow.
Yeah.
If we're not expending the money, it's going to this fund balance.
Yeah.
Yep.
And it looks like it consistently does it, at least the last couple of years.
Well, she spent,
$6,000.
in 2020, we spent $29,036.
I guess it's
Okay.
not a terrible amount, but,
Well, and that's like with this,
because if we gotta pay it no matter what,
yeah,
if it goes to 70,000, well, at that point, why not try and keep it
You're
where
running
it's
around
at?
taking it from other things, not just fund balance. Or we'll take some from highway, we'll take some from the freights,
even like her budget is more literal for what it's actually used on. Is some of the other budgets that have gotten in the habit of over budgeting a certain,
Projections.
like a different line, and then
Projection from 1 year is
And then-
carried on for 10, 20 years.
yeah.
I've done this job in places, as part of a job, okay? And I can tell you that you go a while and you won't spend anything on heat. You know, and you got different programs, fuel assistance and all that, everything's going fine, and then all of a sudden you get slammed.
Yeah. I mean, all it takes is one family to get burned out, and all of a sudden you put them up in a hotel for 90 days, and
Yeah, you can see with this kind of budget here. That
I mean,
could get-
I've actually, as a welfare person in another town, bought a tank of gas and several subs at a local store and aimed the people toward Maine, and they were coming from Kansas. Okay,
Wow.
it was a long time ago.
Yeah.
Yeah, but they were destitute, they were trying to get to a relative's house in Maine.
Alright, it was just a thought.
Okay. And so we got the rebuilding of the, and that of course needs to be discussed as to what
It
the goals
does.
are for each one of these things.
That was the rabbit hole I was referring to earlier. I think that when we start using, or doing these little roads with this money and no big roads,
Yeah.
it seems to be, to me, it seems like an indicator that, okay, we've pretty much got them. Now let's maintain them. And now I'd like to see one of these articles switch to exactly what you were talking about and what Bert attempted, a PD building, and see what the people would do with it.
Well, we talked
This-
about putting a referendum out there.
No, I'm saying, capital reserve fund.
Oh,
Start socking money away to it, whatever the building ends up being. If we end up buying the post office at Newest Mall, what do we, I mean,
yeah,
Well, here's the scenario.
yeah.
You decide not to put forth the $250,000 warrant article, and you put warrant article in for $250,000 to start funding safety complex, say, or a police station, or whatever it may be, right?
Yeah.
You could, that'll get voted down, but the 350 will still get voted for the roads, and people may still want the other 250 for the roads. Like, you could still do another warrant article for.
Besides that.
Correct. Yeah, I wouldn't take it away, because they have the reason for splitting it was so that we have the opportunity to choose the funding.
So,
Anyways,
and then that has just been every time both
But you
of
can
them
get
pass.
both articles voted down. When I first saw that this thing was, when they started splitting it, and I realized that, $600,000 people might choke on, okay? But I thought it was rather comical that people would vote for $350 to $250 and not bat an eyelid,
Yeah.
okay? But at some point, are we gonna have caught up enough to the point where we can say, we can cut back? And I'm not saying you kill one or the other, but you might cut back on one of them, have two for $250, for example, and cut back $100,000.
I think that's where that survey comes in, that you requested from Southwest, right? The road
Shape of
assessment.
our roads.
Yeah.
yeah.
So we'll have that data to kind of guide us on that.
And maybe this isn't the year to do it, maybe next year's the year to do it.
Because I know we deferred a lot of cost this year on College and Hubbard Pond for next year to allow the foresting of a net forest to go on
Right.
down there before we top coated and shimmed that road. And then Collins wasn't quite ready, and then
Have
was
they-
suggested that it wintered over so that
I
we could
don't
see
know
where
if
the
they've,
issues were.
Have they gravelled that yet?
I'm not
I
sure.
don't think so.
Well,
But
to
you
your,
wanna-
to
we're
your
coming back to
comment,
this, right?
yeah,
Yeah.
but to your comment, Jason, we've been doing this budget, warrant article dance for about 15 years. A road has a life expectancy of about 15 years before you have to re-top coat it. So we're starting to get into that cycle where we have to start looking at those roads that were done back in 2005, 2007, and so forth. And that survey that we're talking about will tell us which of those roads are starting to break down again. So we need to, I think we need to maintain this, if not actually boost it up a little bit.
We'll see.
But,
It's-
but we don't have a good solid study.
No, but
On the
to
road.
do 700,000 a year, we've been putting down a new base.
Yeah, I
We've
know.
been grinding up.
I
When
know.
you're just top coating, you're not talking the same kind of money.
No, you're not. And you can, when you top coat, you can do 3 times as much.
Yeah.
Um,
I get your point.
But,
There may be a need
but we
for
need
it.
to look at that and, figure out where we're really going with this. And we need to look at a paving program overall to see where we have to go with this. And then figure out the long-term costs, not just a little bit of costs. So this is,
We had a brief break, I got about another half hour to go.
Okay. Yes.
Half hour on your end, and I have an hour and a half on mine.
Lord knows what Bert's got.
And Bert has at least 45 minutes.
How long of a break?
Okay, and while I'm doing that, I'll just pass.
How long of a break would you like, Jim? 10 minutes?
Yeah, 10
Yeah.
minutes.
We'll take 10.
Okay, pass this around. That's just so everybody gets to see it.
All right. We'll take a 10-minute recess.
hand over my minutes, in case anybody wants to read.
Yeah. While we're waiting, why don't we start signing some of the paperwork?
Road safety audits now.
There we go.
I thought Sean already did a road safety audit with the 7 layers of bureaucracy on the DOT.
That was it. Oh, actually, I haven't had a chance to speak to you guys about that. So, an interesting, if we have the DOT conduct a survey, like a traffic survey for that segment, and because we notice that people are speeding, the speed limits will go up. So, and we don't have to take the recommendation, and we can keep the speed limits as is, but if someone does their homework, they can go back and find that the DOT said that the current speed rates are this and what their suggestion is, and fight any potential tickets.
So they would typically, they make their decisions based on how fast people are driving.
Yeah,
Or
so
if everybody
it's,
goes 80 miles an hour past the New Ipswich market, that becomes the new speed limit.
we have, yeah, that's what they would say would be the speed limit, cause.
They don't look at it from a
because-
safety.
No, because what their goal is to get 85% of the motorists in compliance, and then the 15% would be the ticketed. So like, that's how they pick their rates of speed.
Where'd you hear this?
Right from the horse's mouth.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Let's
and
do it.
So,
I've always
80
said
miles an hour.
60 miles an hour everywhere.
in order
That way there Bert can.
in order to adjust
More
the speed
hours.
limits, they say you would want to do things like bring the buildings in closer to the road so that people
No.
don't want to speed.
I'm not gonna move buildings.
No, this is from it's the state suggestion. It's like multi-millions of dollars.
Bringing things,
Or
smoking,
we could decide to curve the road so we can go out and like
Yeah, but this
change
is a
how
state road, so
123.
we can't do
Right.
anything.
Well, we can ask them.
You
To
wanna
do
put
it.
some curves in here?
Yeah, throw
Look
some
at
curves
right
in it.
by Sean's New Ipswich glass truck.
Get a little-
Kiss
get a
his
little
mirror
closer.
every
We could do
morning.
what they do, we could do what they did in they're gonna do in Jaffrey.
No rotaries.
Destroy Lab and Logger, put in a bridge, whole new bridge across the Kentucky, and a rotary, okay?
Yeah.
Oh, that is.
Now, that would work perfect, that we could cover downtown here with a big rotary,
Yeah. So that would be an obstacle, and that would fit.
it's called traffic calming.
I don't think we have a real big
That's the right
problem
word, right?
downtown.
Tim, you know about
It's
that traffic
outrageous.
calming.
Have you
Yeah.
ever waited more than 5 minutes down in downtown Jaffrey?
Not really.
No.
I don't go
What
through
the
there.
So
hell
is
are
it-
they spending $9
But
million
you know what,
on?
Sean? I was driving with one of my young men sons. Right, we're heading to the gun store, and I told him, yeah, we're thinking someone wanted this 50-mile-an-hour speed limit dropped, and he started laughing. He's like, it is about the most ridiculous thing.
Yeah.
30, 50, 30.
Yeah. And
It'd be nice
and
to
from
get
the
that.
state's perspective, they looked it right up on the computer, and he said, "Yeah, that seems kind of silly." But I don't know how those 8. I think he said 8 different traffic points or something like. Doesn't quite understand it. It doesn't make sense, but
Well, we can't just say, hey, we wanna just make it 40 from the fire station to the top of Messina Hill, then it goes to 45.
no,
And just rip that sign
You
out.
wanna
and
know
put it
why?
40.
because no one pays attention to signs.
What?
No one pays attention to signs,
I
so
don't
that's
get
why
what
you
you're
have to do
saying.
other things.
I don't get what you're saying.
That's you can't regulate speed through signage.
Yeah.
I pay attention.
I know one thing. Whenever you see a cop, you're frantically trying to remember what that sign said behind
Right.
you.
So it's,
No, but that's
I've
crazy.
been trying to wrap my head around it. I didn't
So
quite
that it's
understand it.
really a difficult process.
Yeah, it's,
You can't just
so-
go and
so I
say,
went-
hey, this doesn't make
I
sense.
went from the
Let's do this."
crosswalk conversation, which was starting to balloon in dollars and turn into a $50,000+ project, and was able to kind of work that down in their minds. 'Cause some of it can be adjusted, and we can do things on our own, and I don't know. We
Greenville
can't go too far because then they will sue us. You know, like they'll-
State will?
yeah, yeah. cause it's their road, so we can't go make our own crosswalk, we do have to follow certain guidelines, but the way that we get there, we can, you know, keep the cost down by different measures. But there are certain things that the county is gonna require us to do. The state has very little requirements, they just need lighting on each side and a receiving platform on each side of the crosswalk. That's it, but then the county comes in and says, well, you have to think of drainage and all these other aspects of it. So it turns into this, it's not so easy scenario, and it's interesting, and then when they started talking about having to do speed calming measures of, say, curving the road, that turns into millions of dollars, but I thought you just change the sign, and he said, nobody pays attention to signs, so you have to do other things. I don't know.
You know what works for
It's
me?
interesting, but they were workable. There's the nicest conversation they had.
Nice.
Yeah, they're looking, they'd help us get the money
For what?
for anything that we wanted to do. Like they seemed, you know, like they wanted to work with us. So, but I don't know if that's to get their fingers in, you know, those old hidden intentions. It's like we don't, as I told them, we don't want your money. We just want to be able to do it. So tell me, like, how we
Yeah.
can do it, and we'll fund it ourselves.
Well,
Like whatever we want
run
to do.
down to the
Yeah.
hardware store, buy some white paint, and
Yeah.
you got yourself a crosswalk,
Ex-
right?
Yeah, and
Isn't
I
that
think
what
it was.
you think?
I think it was Berlin that he had brought up.
Oh.
They had to go out and issue summonses and all sorts of crazy stuff up. I believe it was Berlin because somebody or the city or the town did their own work and it was against. You know, like they never sought state approval.
Right.
Yeah.
Not
so.
the,
What happened to
New
him?
Hampshire DOT.
Because I did bring that up,
All
that
the
there
high
were some
school
people that
kids.
wanted to go out and make a crosswalk, and other people that were ready to volunteer to hold the stop sign, and we don't need any damn money, and,
And
You
that
can't
town
paint a
got sued.
crosswalk.
yeah.
Why don't they do something about the hill getting painted out here every year?
Yeah, the kids painting after school's over.
Well, if,
We couldn't-
that'd probably come back to us as a town, like that'd be our responsibility to fix it, so I won't shake that tree, Jim.
No.
We don't need a $250,000 paint, black paint budget. Yeah.
So
So
anyway,
what would
yes-
we be doing with this?
I don't know, all I need is a yes or a no.
I
No,
don't know. You don't think we want to do it?
I think this guy's looking for something to do in spare time.
Planning board chairman,
I know,
chief of,
He's a GIS specialist.
That doesn't mean squat.
oh, Southwest Regional Planning Commission.
Yeah, I know.
I thought they were like our buddies.
They are.
This thing's 100% federally funded?
I know where the worst spot is in town. It's on Greenville Road.
So,
People keep missing the curve.
with this, so this could be useful if we
fixed that.
if we had a plan to adopt whatever their recommendations are, but again, that comes with expense. And if we don't adopt the recommendations, we could be liable for having information from the
Not
state
doing
and
it.
not.
If this guy was a
taking
traffic
action.
engineer, I'd say, yeah, probably.
Mhm.
GIS, he looks at the map, says, oh, these look like choke points, or these look like excessive curbs. Do you have, guardrails or whatever on them? Nah, we don't need it.
Wow.
I mean, police produce, reports every year that show where did we have the most accidents. If you wanna look at hot spots, you just look at the police report that they produce on the high accident frequencies.
Yeah.
We don't need somebody to tell us where the problems are. Because
I agree with Bert. It may not come out of our pocket, but
it will eventually.
it all comes out of our pocket.
And then they'll tell us to what red lights.
Okay. I just didn't think it was up to me to deep six it. I mean, I don't think I was.
Do you want a formal motion?
Well,
No,
So-
I mean, if
so
the
what's
three
your
of you tell me
opinion?
you don't wanna do it, I'm gonna listen.
well, no, I'm 50-50 right now. and I could,
That's ambivalent. 50-50, right?
I'm taking in opinion.
Oh,
No,
I don't know what the harm would be.
I don't know what the benefit would be.
The benefit would be to actually have some type of official report to go off of in a potential planning, like to correct a measure. So that when people say, why are you doing this? It could be based off of a study.
This is the problem. This guy is a GIS specialist. He is not a traffic engineer.
What's your opinion, Jim?
So you're going off of his title.
Yep, that's so pretty much all we have to go off of.
well, that's one of his jobs there. He used to do our tax maps until we moved him.
And they were a mess. Great.
I think I'm like you, I can see a reason to do it, to see what they come back with for, information doesn't hurt. But if there's any possibility of liability because of that, I would push down the liability, but
But then with
If
liability, if there's liability, that means that our citizens are at risk. Right?
well, if there's true
Where are you
liability,
going,
That's a reach.
Where are you going?
I don't know.
I don't know where he's going. But the rabbit hole is looming.
well, I mean,
It's big. And you gotta just, life
I'm
will
not,
clean it is.
I'm not against doing it, but I question how much valuable information will we get out of it that we can.
Just get by driving and see.
If you
what's
have
the
something
purpose.
in writing that shows a deficiency in a road, this is the way the complaints work in the law, then you have to take action on it. But it has to be in writing. It can't be picking up the phone. I can't pick up the phone and call you and tell you that the culvert collapsed in front of my house. Do something about it. I won't get it, but I have to do it in writing. Now you become liable.
Right.
Okay, so, but then you don't have to necessarily fix it. You have to meet and come up with a way of addressing the problem, which could be the person's nuts, the hell with it. Go slow, okay?
So what you're saying, Jim, is if we're ignorant, we don't have to do a blessed thing.
I hate to say that, but it's true.
Well, part of the master plan is the select board would identify dangerous intersections. I saw that on that thing she
I think we should do the audit. It's of no cost.
There's always a cost.
That's the carrot, no cost.
There's always
Yeah.
a cost.
What's the cost? Well, we can, you know what, can we defer, opinion on this until next week, and if I actually click on the link?
Why? We could.
Where's the other paper?
What? Click on what link?
It tells you more about the audit and the process.
Why don't you all decide to defer to the chairman and have the chairman bring back a formal report next week?
On all roads?
No, on the proposal.
Hey, you.
That's fine.
Alright,
Okay,
Let's not beat it to death.
yeah.
alright. Just give me a
Okay.
chance to look at it.
I've got two items for non-public, and just so you know what they are. Where's the agenda? Okay, here it is. They're under, RSA 91A, dash A, colon 3, Roman numeral 2, parentheses, small l. Just getting down there. Which translates.
Well, hold on, we're not going into, we haven't motioned to go into non-public, he's just,
No, I'm just describing
Yeah.
what it is.
yeah.
Okay? And what it is to review legal correspondence from two different attorneys.
Okay.
do you have anything else, like for public session, or,
No.
okay, Jason?
Oh, I had a few items. One was the ARPA funds. We had a resident send an email to all of us. I printed off the copy. We had discussed before about what kinds of strings may be attached if we should spend these funds. He pointed out this, section 9, lowercase a on 603, form 603 from the US Treasury. And in that it reads, recipient agrees to comply with the requirements of section 603 of the Act, regulations adopted by the Treasury pursuant to section 603F of the Act, and guidance issued by Treasury regarding the foregoing. Recipient also agrees to comply with all other applicable federal statutes, regulations, and executive orders, and recipient shall provide for such compliance by other parties in any agreements it enters into with any other parties relating to this award. To me, that was a significant string. And I believe this is something that's probably attached to just about every grant, probably.
Every grant in the known universe.
However, given our current, what we're seeing come out from, and in particular, executive orders, we've seen some crazy ones come out.
Yeah.
Well, in my opinion, maybe somebody who's on the opposite spectrum would say, I saw crazy ones some years ago. Whatever your persuasion is, to me, it brings to my mind what you were saying. In 2020, there was a lot of executive orders coming from New Hampshire. New Ipswich kind of didn't follow it. The governor was giving all these orders, and we were left alone.
Yeah.
Now, if we start spending this money, there's a leverage point for us, for them to use against us, should we decide not to follow executive orders that may come from DC. And yeah, this is all kind of crazy talk, I know, but.
Well, no, it's not crazy talk, it's pertinent, it's real.
So then, Bert had forwarded us some documents. But I had
When?
already
They-
downloaded them.
They
They're
were
from
the
the
ARPA
Treasury.
guidelines from the Treasury,
Yeah,
and they were pretty standard. For my cursory review, I did not read them in detail, I'll admit that, because I just got them this afternoon. But they're pretty standard for any grant money coming out of the Treasury. Basically, they just say, hey, we want you to follow the rules and regulations, follow the law. That's
they do go kind of specific. Because I read through some of them. I'm not sure if it's the same form that you emailed. But one of the lines there, and I could try and pull it up and read it verbatim, it basically says this money is to be used to offset any negative impact that COVID-19 pandemic has had on your community.
right.
Boy, I have a hard time justifying any of the suggestions we've had because you cannot directly link it. Okay, this is for COVID-19. Firefighter turnout gear, ballots. I have a hard time with that. Sewer water, I looked into that. If you start using it to do culverts, they don't say you have to, but you should follow the Clean Waters Act.
Yeah.
And you need to prove, I think they do say in here that you need to prove that this is going to improve drinking water in your town. So, I just thought, there's a lot of strings that I'm seeing in my mind that make me wanna say, you can have your money. We'll do just fine putting our own culverts in and buying our own firefighter gear.
We can do that.
That's my thought.
But here's what I've been seeing, and I'm not willing to be on the bleeding edge of this act, so to speak. I don't want to be the first person who goes and puts in a sewer line, or the first person who goes, first town that puts in a water line, or the first town that does anything in particular. But the towns that were in this area are doing infrastructure projects, water, sewer, fixing, various, environmental concerns, which a culvert could be considered. Most of what they're doing is not directly COVID related, it's indirect.
And in this 40-something page document, they actually encourage you to do that.
Yeah.
But I look at hard-nosed bureaucrat auditors coming to the town and saying, well, yeah, it says you may be able to do this, but clearly not in your case. Give us the money back, or I don't know. I've never been involved in this kind of thing in my life. I'll give you that as a caveat.
Yeah.
And it makes me very nervous.
This is what the attorneys are saying we can do with it. This is what the state is saying we can do with it. If we are following the herd, which I prefer in this case, they're gonna put a lot of people in jail in front of us.
So even with the returning of the money, it's not like the dollar amount is so high where that would be scary, but like
no.
with,
And my bigger
it's
thing,
more the what do we lose in keeping the climate of freedom in our town and people's right to choose what path they want for themselves. So I don't want it to come down to, well, you took the money, this was a part of it, now you have to have, like, we need to have 75% of your community vaccinated, and
that's what I'm saying.
we're gonna,
these executive
it's gonna be
leaning towards that.
done this way, like by bringing in, say, disaster scenario, talking crazy, National Guard, whatever, like, cause you guys can't do it. And then the same thing with our elections. There's bills in front of the Senate right now, like, for the whole elections thing, we can't pull that off, so who's gonna do it? There's only one force big enough, and it's our military, and it's almost like they're inviting all of it into all of our communities, to me.
So these are some thoughts, and I know we don't have,
It's right there.
we don't have to, not necessarily, if we made a motion today, I would say let's send the money back. That's, so you know where this selectman stands, and it's gonna take a lot to convince me otherwise.
I have one irrelevant thing to add. Okay, it's irrelevant to the conversation, and that is, I got an email from the Municipal Association concerning the ARPA funds, and one of the state statutes was amended to say that if you took the ARPA funds, we got half. And I think when we had our acceptance of that hearing, we mentioned that we got the half, but we were also doing the whole. And so it's not gonna be treated as anticipated income. So it doesn't have to go into a budget. It's just put the money in a pot and go and go shopping, okay? Turn on QVC and have a good time, okay? So I just want you to know that, from a budgeting perspective, I'm not worried about it, cause it's not going in a budget in any way, shape, or form.
But there will need to be an accounting for any money that's.
Oh, yeah.
Well, it's just sitting in the bank, okay, yeah.
No, but if you start.
If we start spending
Oh, yeah,
it
you
or
have to account for it,
Yeah.
you have to create an accounting scheme for it, and I'd probably create a new fund and just spend out of the fund.
Right.
But, I'm gonna guess that what you read about following the rules is kind of boilerplate. I've never done anything like this. I've been involved in grants of federal money that passed through with FEMA. I built a bridge, I did this, I did that. And nowhere do I remember seeing that we signed off on, that we were gonna have to take orders from, executive orders from the president.
Not just the president, any federal,
Right,
which,
That's standard
but
boilerplate.
are we already there from some other way?
well,
We
that may
are.
be, but do we wanna,
Oh, I know,
do it on
I
our
know.
watch?
No, we're already there. I mean, are you telling me you're going to disobey the law?
What
That-
law?
What law? State, federal law. Period.
Which,
If a executive order, national executive order came down, or a national law came down, you know, that went through the House of Representatives and the Senate, signed by the President of the United States,
Yeah.
that said you're going to do such and such.
yeah,
And you didn't like it because you felt it infringed upon your rights, would you refuse to do it?
as an executive order. Now, the
And
question that
No, I'm
we-
saying it went through the whole legislative bodies.
That's not.
That's a different
No,
story.
and it's not an
It is a
executive
different
order.
story. Here's the thing. We have levels of protection for our rights in this country, do we not?
In
What
theory,
what are these levels of protection? You have the Bill of Rights. Now, I remember the president saying, I'm gonna make this executive order, it's against the Constitution. I don't care, they're gonna probably overturn it in 30 days, but it's gonna become law of the land. Now, us three took an oath that we will defend and uphold the Constitution.
Yep.
So now, we can go back to the, I don't remember what it's called, where, hey, I'm just obeying orders. Remember that thing with the war?
Yep.
How they said, oh, no,
Nazi war
no.
crimes,
You
yes.
can't say you're just obeying orders. So now, what do we do? We're in a quandary. We're supposed to be one level of protection for the citizens of this country.
Right.
Doing our part to say, that's not constitutional. We will make no such ordinance in our town. Even though it may violate what someone else does,
And at that
or
point,
do we not?
and
Or are
at
we
the-
supposed to say, hey, all the other communities are doing it, and we're just, sorry, folks.
Yeah. But there is a
Fuck them.
world of difference between doing something that is for the benefit of the community, which is what we're trying to do, to doing something that's morally objectionable.
Now, who's defining this?
I'm certainly not trying to define it, but I'm suggesting that everybody has a personal conscience
Okay,
and a set of ethics and a set of rules that they live their life by,
all right.
okay? And I cannot decide for you or any other person what they find objectionable. I wouldn't even try, because you have different values, different upbringing, and so forth. What we're discussing here is something very specific. We're discussing a grant of about $560,000
Mhm.
that will benefit the community of New Ipswich. The town of New Ipswich is going to receive some benefits from that. We have in front of us a boilerplate set of guidelines put forth by the Treasury Department that says you will obey the laws of the state of New Hampshire and the laws of the United States government. Okay? So, there's nothing objectionable in that. There's no strings attached to that. We would do that normally.
Normal has gone out the window. 2020 introduced the first year in my life where the government said, you cannot have church. Normal? Bert, I'm sorry. We are far from normal.
I tend to disagree. My life did not change a whit. With
Mine changed.
Well, I'm sorry to hear that, but
I never had the government telling me, you must wear a mask outside. I never had a government tell me, you can't go to the beach.
Let's go back
That's-
to the
that does
topic
not
at
affect
hand.
you of
We're-
that.
No, let's go back
It's
to
a
the
part
topic
of
at
it,
hand.
because that's what we just
No,
came
it
from.
is not
And this
a
is
part
what
of
the
it.
money's tied to.
No, it's not. Come on, get real. The money that we're receiving
I just read
is
it.
based on a standard grant format operated by the Treasury Department. We have $560,000 to spend for the benefit of the community.
For what reason did they specify this should be sent?
Supposedly, it's
Not
part of,
supposedly, they
suppo-
spell it out black and white. What
supposedly
reason?
it's partly part of the COVID.
Not part of,
It is.
But
specific.
they're allowing the money to be
Yep.
spent for other purposes.
Not only that, the 130-page document that I read, it seems to me like they're encouraging it. Which brings me to another point of reaching through time and just pulling money out of our kids' and grandkids' pockets and leaving them completely with no options. And we just keep spending and spending, and we're like, hey, it's free money. It's free money. This is going to benefit the town. You know who it doesn't benefit?
That
It
is
does
not
not
the topic
benefit the
on the
next town.
table. The topic on the table is this grant money.
Yeah.
And the topic right now is it's not gonna be spent until we have a clearer understanding and we feel comfortable that there's no strings attached
I
to it.
absolutely understand that,
But
but
ramifications, that's
see-
what I'm bringing.
I do not see that it is problematic at this point.
Can
So
we-
them are some of my points. And
So we'll
like
move
I
on-
said, I
we'll
don't.
move on from that, cause we're not at a point of expenditures.
Yeah, we're not. Letters to our senators.
I haven't gotten them done, I apologize.
I actually, that was one of my topics. I actually got a second reply from Gene Shaheen's office, got no reply from Maggie Hassan's office.
Busy
And-
making ads.
And I tried to write back based on the contact that she gave on her website. You either had to go on Twitter or Facebook, neither of which I subscribed to. And I tried, sending it directly to her office, and couldn't get through via email. And she's apparently a very hard person to contact. But I did want to make emphasize my displeasure with the Freedom to Vote Act.
Things aren't normal.
And I don't know if it is or not, but politicians at the higher levels do tend to ignore small, lesser citizens.
I still gotta get you those letters, I just didn't get a
But
chance.
I'm more than happy to see a letter coming out of this office.
Everyone, this week.
Thank you.
The other thing I question is the full-time, part-time pay for people here.
Can you hold that for the non-public session?
I can.
The
Yeah,
reason I
but it was a
say-
discussion last week that was
Right.
just brought out, and I'm like, I just wanted to say, should we be calling a spade a spade? And I won't comment any more on that since I hear there's something on that.
You asked me to get a legal opinion, that's what, part of the discussion.
Okay.
That-
All right,
That's why.
and the last thing that I had, I'm moving through them quick. Video franchise fees, we had talked earlier in the year, either all of it being allocated to the video committee or a much bigger proportion. Did we ever come to a hard number and a method of changing this?
So I guess as far as a number would be 100%.
That's what I thought we talked.
Yeah, cause it benefits the people that are paying the franchise fee.
Did we ever figure out if we have to do this in a warrant article, or is it just a policy of the select board?
To reduce it, I know that they're trying to reduce it through warrant article, so I don't know.
The franchise fee?
Yeah, no, reduce the
The split,
yeah,
but if we're going 100% to the video committee,
I'm not sure.
I would
Do
think
we have
that,
through warrant?
I would think, and I'm guessing that you'd probably have to put an article on the warrant to change it.
Mm-hmm.
Because I think if we looked hard enough, we'd probably find an article that got it to where it is.
Yep.
Okay? So the safe thing to do is to have an article on the warrant to change where the franchise fee money goes for. You can make an argument that, the people that benefit from it should be the people that pay it. And that's the Comcast customers.
Yep.
For Comcast, TV,
Mhm.
forget the internet, it's for the cable TV customers.
Yep.
And I'm not one of them, but, you know, if you put it all in the general fund, then I would benefit.
Yeah, no, that's what we came down to when we were discussing it with the previous board, and the argument was, like, it should be like, from my perspective, it should benefit the people that are paying it, not the whole base, right? I don't know.
I don't have enough
Yeah,
information.
cause well, so, but the people that, you know, get Comcast cable pay I think it's 2% now. I don't remember what percentage, we, voted to move it up to 3%. But then only $3,500 a year of the collected money is going for the video and then the rest of it goes into the fund balance. Not all the people, like, not all the taxpayers get the, you know, Comcast,
Yeah, I
so,
don't get it,
yeah.
so it
But
wouldn't benefit me at
it
least.
seems like it makes more sense to put it all towards the video committee and,
If you have too much money in the video,
mhm,
you can always lower the franchise fee.
yeah,
You can play that too, I mean, you don't wanna pile up so much money that you get, you know.
Well, the idea-
They're emptying that
running
thing
into a
this,
studio, I mean,
sounds like they're emptying it this coming year,
yeah,
so.
the idea is to fund it adequately so that we can have programming. You know, so we could probably, you know, pay for different equipment or even pay for, you know, people to go out and run the equipment, and actually make use of the 2 channels that we'll have.
in all fairness to some, you know, Ron volunteered to do this thing seemingly for a long time.
Mhm.
Yeah, it was him and George Slyman, and once George Slyman got Ron involved, George disappeared, but anyway, I think that'll work. But, so we've had a lot of free labor to do this, but we could do more meetings, I mean,
Well, I mean, Ron's complained a couple times that, he could use a break every other
we could use a
Tuesday
break.
night.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and the 2 other boards that I think would be the most interesting to the public to see would be the, planning board and the ZBA.
Yeah,
I mean, from a viewer perspective of what's going on in that, I mean, Washington trustees and trust funds sit at a table out in the front room isn't gonna hit.
yeah,
Okay,
Yeah.
shuffling paper, yeah,
Yeah.
but those, so I think, and if you pile up some money, maybe we can get some folks in the community that want to, you know, put on some programming.
mhm,
I mean, my understanding was that the school wasn't interested.
no, so I got a different answer from the school board, but I haven't been able to meet with the video.
But
Too many people,
I
okay.
said to somebody, goes, I forget, it wasn't you, but somebody
Yeah.
goes, I mean, the school's not interested,
Yeah,
call up your school board member.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
You know, the school board doesn't work for the superintendent,
So
the
the-
superintendent works for the school board.
yeah, they're, I believe, interested, and it's just a matter of how it develops, cause right now it's little, so everybody's trying to figure out what direction it could or should go in. But it's gonna be the people that join the committee that drive it forward and make it what it is, and whatever the programming may be, like, on those channels. So is that, do you have anything else?
That was my list.
Right,
Well, we covered them.
okay.
Um,
In the correspondence folder, there was this to sign again, but it still has the 2 floating holidays on it for next year.
And that's because you haven't, it shouldn't have been in the correspondence folder, Roger put it in,
Okay,
just leave it.
alright, just leave it to the side. Alright,
But that's because we haven't formally adopted the other yet.
Yep. Yep.
So I got, like I said, I got the two non-public items, which is basically correspondence and information from two different attorneys, but that's, you can do it as one.
Okay. So I had a couple things, but given the hour, I'm gonna forego those. And you say make a motion to go into non-public session under 91A3, section 2, paragraph L. Is there a second?
Specifics
Oh.
on that? but-
Consideration of legal advice provided by legal counsel, either in writing or orally, to one or more members of the public body, even where legal counsel is not present.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.